close.
They got 12 games left. Everyone else has like 14. That's neither team's going anywhere. But I always find it funny. The Islanders always push right at the end of the season, get in.
Hang on 1 second. Buckeye, you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, we'll see, man. NHL, anything can happen, too.
Yeah, it's jumbled at the bottom. Montreal, Detroit, the Rangers, Islanders. I think there may be one other. It's all jumbled at the bottom. It's windy as heck outside today.
Yeah, it is.
I think it said like 40, feels like 24.
Yeah, it is 40. Morning, Terrence. You guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's
Terrence,
bad
you there?
this year for the Rangers for me. So, you know, they're just hanging on. But yeah, it wouldn't be the worst thing, I think, to get into the lottery. I mean, to me, Lafreniere, Kako, like when we were in the lottery and we got those guys like second and first, they just didn't pan out as well as we thought they were. I mean, you know, it's just they haven't reached their full potential. It's a shame.
Especially Lafreniere.
But
Well,
we always
Kako.
got the Jets when we want to talk about potential.
What? I can't hear you. June, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
So we're going to do the AFC East this morning, hopefully. If
I
somebody else...
asked the question to June yesterday offline. If Fields was dropped off with the Eagles, I'd like to get your guys' opinion. What do you think Justin Fields is with the Eagles? Take Hurts out, Fields in.
All depends. I mean, Hurts is better right now, for sure. But a lot of people didn't like Hurts, Buckeye.
No,
Wasn't he passing for like 100 and something yards a game a lot?
Yeah, he actually got better. He got better and better because when he first was there, it wasn't too.
but I don't have the stats up. I think if you look at his passing touchdowns, interceptions last year, I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good.
No, it's not what it was the last 2 years. No,
He gets the tush push stats on the touchdowns, which is fine. Touchdowns are touchdowns. I'm just saying, can Justin Fields do what Jalen Hurts does in Philly? I'll tell you what I think Justin Fields can do with the Jets. This is just my opinion. I think he could do 2,700 to 3,200 passing. I think he could do 600 to 800 rushing. And I think something on like 18 and 11 passing touchdowns and another 8 or 9 rushing. So like high 20s in touchdowns, something like 13 turnovers, and 27 to 3,200 passing yards. And I think you can win with that. I'm not saying this team can win, but I think that's what you can expect. So like something almost close to 4,000 total yards.
So the Jet,
4,500.
so the Jets can upset the Bills one game next year.
I never said any of that, but division games are division games. Yeah, the
Yeah.
answer is yes.
Lee
He's not
Sean,
taking.
yeah,
He's not taking that rotten bait. What's up,
yeah.
fellas?
Lee
What's
Sean,
good,
hey,
Al?
let Lee Sean. I haven't really spoke to you in a while, but do you like the
It's been
Justin
it's been
Fields thing?
wonderful, actually, wonderful.
Nah, it's been. Do you like the Justin Fields thing, or what do you think about that whole thing? Honestly, if you can.
I think it's a solid addition. I damn sure wouldn't have brought Aaron Rodgers back. I know you wanted him back, Petey, but it was time to move on
Yeah,
from Aaron Rodgers.
no, I
Now you
agree.
got, yeah, you got. I thought you wanted him back at one point. I thought
No,
I
he
heard
Yeah,
did.
you.
He did. He did.
no,
He did. He did.
Lee Sean, I did, and then when Dom C pointed out the whole salary thing, I didn't know that there was an. I just read the salary cap wrong,
No,
and I'll
no,
admit
no.
it.
Now, Al, look, check it out. Me and Buckeye sitting there trying to break it down to him. He wouldn't listen to us, but he listened to Dom. It was bad.
And June, we even gave the right
It was
option. We
bad.
said
Yes,
Justin
yes,
Fields.
yes, yes, yes. We're
You
not
guys did
listening.
not tell me the escalator in his clause, please.
You don't
so
need,
he,
Petey. You didn't need that. You just needed to know it's
Right,
not Rogers' time anymore.
right, right.
Okay,
so
And look, Petey. On top of that, I said, yo, if you bring him back, Garrett's out of here. He gonna request a trade.
oh, June, by the way, I found something
Mm-hmm.
uh, from training camp where Aaron Rodgers is speaking to Malik Neighbors and Garrett Wilson's right in back of him, and Rodgers doesn't even talk. It's funny, man. But go ahead, Lee Sean. What were you going to say?
no, I was just saying. In Justin Fields, he's younger. He got a
Mm-hmm.
big arm. He's very
Mm-hmm.
mobile. So that's
Mm-hmm.
something teams are going to have to game plan for going against you. Obviously, with Rodgers last year, he wasn't going anywhere. His ass can barely move. So with Justin Fields, you got to worry about his arm and you have to worry about his legs. So that'll add another dimension. So
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a solid addition. But remember, the last 2 years I was high on the Jets and you guys were terrible. So I'm not coming in spaces high on the Jets anymore. Like you guys got to prove it to me.
I
Last 2 years
fucking hate
I
him.
had you making the playoffs and you guys didn't come close to making the playoffs. So you have to prove it to me this year. So I won't be. I won't be. You won't have glowing reviews like the past 2 years, Petey. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that's fair. Lee Sean, let me ask you something. Do you like what? I mean, every team does it. Milano's probably gone after this year, no?
No, it depends on how the year goes. If he balls out, we're not going to let him walk.
Yeah, but
But
they got to eat 11 million next year.
is that accurate?
Yeah, I think that your guy Sal posted it.
Okay, because I know we redid his deal. He took
Yes.
a $3 million pay cut that he can earn back with incentives, but we also allowed him to become a free agent next year. So,
Yeah,
like, I
there's
don't.
a void year.
Do you like
Sorry.
the Joey Bosa move?
I'm 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 lukewarm on that. I mean, when Joey Bosa's on the field, I think he's still, I think he's still a good player. I remember what he did against you guys at MetLife last year. Like that motherfucker, y'all couldn't block him. I
Yeah.
think he had like 2 sacks, a forced fumble. Like he was dominating you guys. But if we can get that Joey Bosa, then it's a good addition. But I mean, he's very injury prone. He has all kinds of injuries. I don't know if he's gonna last or not. We need him for the playoffs, obviously. If he's there come playoff time, then I think it's a solid move. But if his
You like him
ass
more
is
than
hurt and
Von
not on
Miller.
the field, then yeah, well, Joey Bosa's 29 years old, maybe 30. I think
Did I
he's
cut out?
29. Von Miller's 47. So yeah, I wasn't interested in bringing Von Miller back. Von Miller was okay last year, okay at best, but like I was ready to move on from him. We had him for 3 years. When we first added him, his first year, he was the Von Miller old. The man had like 7, 8 sacks in like 10 games. He was looking really good, and then he tore his ACL. And after that, he was never the same coming back
Yeah,
from that
yeah.
ACL
He,
injury. So,
he was
you
looking
know,
crazy. He was looking
yeah,
crazy when you first got him.
Yeah, he was, but then he got hurt, and then that was that. So I was, excited when we added him. Then he got hurt, never been the same. I was ready to move on after 3 years. I don't think he was going to get any better, turning, 36, 37 years old. I'm not, like you guys. You guys wanted a 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers. Like when they get too old, I'm ready to move on, bro. I want to get younger. I don't want a bunch of old ass players playing pivotal roles on my team. So we'll see
Look,
in regards to Joey Bosa. I'm not. It's not something I'm gonna brag about. I didn't even tweet out about it. I'm waiting to see when it comes to Joey Bosa. At this point, as a Bills fan, like I'm Super Bowl or bust, bro. Like I want to win the Super Bowl. Like if we're not doing that, then for me, like it's come on, man. Like I'm trying to win the damn bowl. I'm trying to win it all. So I'm not really interested in bragging about division titles and playoff games and all that shit. I want to win a ring, bro. It's all about the
Lee
ring for me.
Sean,
Yeah.
let me ask you a quick question, and it's hypothetical, but let's just say the Bills fall short again to this. Just say, is Sean McDermott gone? You got to go in a different direction.
in
No.
my opinion, in my
yeah, you
opinion,
almost have to.
in my opinion, I would move on if I was the decision
Yeah,
maker. But
yeah.
I keep saying, Sean McDermott, he's won a lot of games. He has a lot of disown Terry Sean McDermott. He has a lot of goodwill in that franchise. So if they lose in the divisional round, lose in the AFC champ again, I don't see him being fired. I would move on, but I don't think the owner will. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would move on because after that, we'd be going into like year 10. Year 10, and you haven't been to the Super Bowl. I want to try something else. Like, I don't want him taking up all of Josh Allen's prime. Josh Allen is 28. He's turning 29 this year. He probably has like, what, 5, 6 more, 6 more years of being a really good quarterback. I don't want Sean McDermott being the head coach for 12 years, and then the new regime has 2, 3 more years of Josh Allen's prime. Like if they don't win the Super Bowl this year, I want a new head coach. That's just my opinion.
Petey and June, I got a question for you.
Shoot.
If you can get the Jets to the playoffs this year, but the trade off is the Bills win the Super Bowl,
No, 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 no.
Petey?
Of course, man. You know Petey gonna take that.
Petey's like anything
Next
for
question. Next.
playoffs.
You
Next. No.
see,
Next question.
you see. Yeah, no, 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 no. I'd rather not make the playoffs.
Petey, 3 consecutive years of making the playoffs and 3 consecutive years of Bills Super Bowls. You taking that?
Of course.
I was taught. Taught. But
Fellas,
Yo,
when the Bills win their first Super Bowl, I'm gonna be unbearable. You don't
Yeah,
want this team winning 3 in a row. Are you kidding me? I
Petey,
probably wouldn't even come in spaces anymore.
Petey.
yo.
A day of Lee Sean being happy is a bad day. I have no interest in that, bro.
What? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah,
The
Not.
shit I
I
went through
repeat,
last year?
do
Hell no.
not let the Buffalo Bills win the Lombardi
Hell
Trophy.
no.
yeah, this
No.
Don't let
guy
that
was
shit happen.
No.
unbearable,
oh,
bro.
look
But at
who
least,
Whoa.
what?
we got
Man.
we got a hand up.
Whole
Hold
I
lot of
don't
on.
what
even
up,
see. I
baby?
don't see it here.
What's up? What's up? I just had a little scenario for y'all. See how y'all feel about it. Say y'all at what pick y'all at right now?
7.
7.
Y'all at 7. Okay, so say y'all was to trade back, maybe somewhere in the teens, not too far back. Y'all pick up
Mm-hmm.
an extra second. Would that be something that y'all would
Mm-hmm.
like, or would it be something
Yes.
like,
Yeah.
y'all should have took the best player available at the time?
I would absolutely love that moving back to 13, 14, and getting the extra second. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. But that second round,
But is it going to cost a second rounder? You don't know what people are going to
no,
give
no,
up.
no, 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 no. I don't think. Well, it would depending on how far back. If you go back, maybe. Well, I said 13, but I know it wouldn't be that. And maybe if you move back to like 17 or 18, you possibly could get it.
What, a second?
Yeah,
I don't know, June, man.
you
And
possibly.
and if y'all was to get if that was to work out in your favor, what's a player that y'all been like y'all been liking, that y'all possibly can see, hey, this might be a good pickup if we have an extra second in the second round.
See,
It depends.
and,
It
it,
depends.
and,
If you move down 13 to 13, that changes the whole thing.
no, but see, once again, 13 is only 6 spots. I can't see nobody giving you a second rounder for that. That's why I said
That's yeah. So
if you can
why
move
even move?
if you can move down 10 spots, 10, 11 spots, you might be able to get that.
Nah, you need somebody to give you a haul, man.
And you know what? I know a quick way we can get a haul.
Oh, here we
Don't
go.
do it. Don't do it.
You know what? Let me
Hey,
let me
L,
comment.
stop.
Let me
L,
comment
stop.
on that real quick. You know, you guys have one of the best spaces around, obviously. I come in here just about every morning. Normally, I don't request a mic. You're not talking bills, so I don't come up here and, try to poop on your Jets talk or whatever. But I will say, I sit and listen to this every morning and hear June go back and forth with most of the fan base about
Hmm.
how he wants the best players traded off of the team. And let me tell you guys, as a Bills fan, I would love if you guys traded away Quentin Williams. When we go against the Jets, Quentin Williams is one of the most important people we got a game plan for. We got to stop. I would love if he wasn't on your team. Sauce Gardner, all this shit I keep hearing about Sauce. He's not that good. I hear June saying I'm not calling him terrible. Of course you can't call him terrible. In my opinion, he's a great player. I would love if y'all traded away
Thank
Sauce
you.
Gardner. Garrett Wilson, oh, he's not this, he's not top five. Shit, he's not top five, but what is he? Top 10, right outside the top 10. Like, he's a damn good wide receiver. I would love if you guys traded away Garrett Wilson. So, me as a Bills fan, I hope you guys go the June route, trade away your best young players so it'll make it easier for us to beat y'all when we play y'all. Please get rid of those top players. I hope you do. I hope you
Okay.
listen to June and
Can
trade
I
away all
can
those
I
really good players. I
can
think that's crazy to me.
can
Go
I
ahead.
can I comment for a second?
I already know every rebuttal you're gonna say because I hear it every morning when
No,
people challenge
yeah,
you on trading
no,
those players. But go
no.
ahead.
My comment, my comment on that is real easy. I see them for 17 games. You see them for 2 games.
You got to stop
That's
with that,
that's
June.
it.
That's
It's
You
wait.
think
That's
you
hold
think
on.
you wait
Hold
wait wait.
on,
You
Leishon.
think I only watch 2 Jets games a year?
Oh my gosh, man. What are we doing here, June?
what do you
You want
mean?
June?
June, can
And
I say
Uh,
something,
and
please?
even
yeah,
even if I did,
yes.
even if
Sorry,
I
Mark.
last
I didn't
thing I'm
know
gonna
if you were
say,
coming
even
in.
if I
Go ahead.
didn't, even if I didn't watch any Jets games, that doesn't take away from the fact those are really good players.
No, they are. They are. They absolutely are. I never called them bums. My point is, if you if
See,
you're
he said it
trying
again.
to
I
Wow.
never called them bums. You can't call them
right,
bums.
Mark,
They're
just
great
hold
right.
on, Mark,
players.
real
My,
quick.
my
Let him
point is,
finish.
What I
you
miss?
try,
Who's the great players?
he said great.
Garrett
Garrett
That
Wilson
Wilson.
is a
he,
great player.
no. He told me on Garrett and Sauce. Now my thing is this.
I think Sauce is a great corner. I would love
Yeah,
him
I
on the
agree.
Buffalo Bills across from
I
Christian
agree.
Benford. I'd love him on the Bills. These are players that if they go to better teams, I think they'd be even better players. They'd be coached better. They'd be in
I
bigger
agree.
games. Like I think.
Now,
Okay, go ahead.
now,
I'll land. Go ahead.
now my question to you
No, you're
is,
cooking.
no, no. My question to him is,
Buckeye. I usually cook.
have we
Nah, I
Go
seen?
wouldn't
ahead,
say
Joe.
Yeah,
that.
so see, damn it, already he's stuck. See, this is that bullshit, Petey. Look,
Can I say something now, please? It is a sad day when we've got to look to fans outside the fan base to get like logic about our own players. And I understand we watch, but here's what happens. I think we watch our players,
mm,
okay, and you feel let down because you see a play in a big moment, and you're like, oh, that's it. I'm done with this guy. And you're like, so you have that emotion going. I think it's the emotion. I don't think it's action. Like these are quality players. And we can't say this is a quality franchise. The Jets haven't had a winning record in a decade. What do we do? What are we talking about? Like, it's not easy to come from a winning college program and then get to a team with dysfunction and still be a champion. Like, that's not easy. But here we are trying to trade away. As Jet fans, we're not accustomed to winning. So why would our ways, when it comes to how we are thinking about these players, be winning ways? You got to watch a lot of football.
Because, Mark, people are going to say, oh, they're not winning here, so get rid of them. We're not winning.
Yeah,
It'll
or
get worse.
my favorite new line is that guy's not going to win you a super. They had 7 wins with him, or 5 wins with him, or they're not winning a Super Bowl with him. Like, it's boneheaded in my opinion.
How is it boneheaded? It's a fact. Wait, let me ask you a question. If we keep them for the next 6 years and still, for the next 3 years, so that'll be 6 years, and we still don't make the playoffs, you still want to keep them, don't you? You know what your greatest fear is? You don't want to see them go to another team and perform well. Maybe they're just not. We don't need them right now. We're in more need of a fucking quarterback than anything else.
Lee Sean, see what you started? I wasn't trying to go down this route.
He didn't start.
This
He didn't
is
start that.
normally the conversation. We
This is
just continuing what's normally said.
this is what me and Mark do every fucking morning. That's what we fucking do.
You can't become the Cowboys though, because if you pay like too many people at the top and the roster is not winning, you got a different problem. The Cowboys have a very big problem.
You got to do something. You got no. The Cowboys is a perfect example. You paying them, and they're not winning shit. What are you gonna do? You gonna keep going out there with the same team, thinking the shit gonna change?
Cowboys have been successful though.
No, they haven't, Petey. They've been successful for Jets fans, Petey, not for football standards. No, they have not.
Exactly.
You got to look at it through the lens of football, not through the lens of a Jets fan.
As a Jets fan, please don't do that. Like, Jets have Jet problems. I get embarrassed when I hear folks putting down other teams like that because you can't.
So Mark, the Cowboys are a successful franchise.
They have that in common
right now.
But listen, man, they have a franchise quarterback. Like, they have that in place. They have quality wide receiver that
quality. Mark, they have a team. They have a team that no one in the play.
Wanted CD Lamb.
They have a team that no one in the playoffs is afraid of. Mark, no one in the playoffs is afraid of the Cowboys. I don't. Yeah, but that's my point. That the sum of the parts does not equal the whole.
Think about something.
So no one in the playoffs is scared of that team. No one.
Look to
and
your
who
point.
in the playoffs is scared of the Jets?
But what is that relevance of this conversation? The point is, if you pay everyone and you're not winning, right? You wind up like the problem that the Cowboys have.
Period.
That's the issue.
My counter argument is that players win games, and if you evict players, a bird in hand is worth 2 in the bush. I know it's corny, but this idea that you're just going to get rid of players and draft picks, and you're going to win a title with draft picks. I'm sorry. You have to reward some of your key players on your team if you're going to have a chance.
Look,
and the coaches said this.
Didn't we just go through this yesterday? We Jamal Adams, all pro. Oh, we traded him. Got how many draft picks? What did we end up getting with the draft picks?
Second team All Pro, and he was a Rookie of the Year.
No.
He did not have 2 consecutive All Pros like Sauce.
He was a first team All Pro by the time we traded him. He was first team All Pro. And the year before that, he was second team All Pro.
So let me ask this: according to stats in quotation marks, Jamal Adams was a better Jet than Sauce?
Hell
no. No one's saying
that's
that.
What I'm saying. Quotes.
Pete, no one's saying he.
But June, why do you have to trade? I'm not, and Maddie brought it up the other day. Hold on here. Maddie brought it up the other day about being married to players.
And you guys are.
Not.
You guys are.
I don't buy jerseys. Number one,
you don't buy jerseys.
I buy jerseys.
But you're
hold on.
But you're married to the only person you're not married to is Lazard. That's the first punch in your mouth.
No,
I'm not married.
June,
I'll trade Lazard.
This guy is 24 years old.
Petey, can I ask you and Mark a question? Who on the current
who
on the current Lions roster is better than Stafford and Megatron? They had Calvin Johnson. They had Stafford. Who on this roster is better than those 2 players?
Wait,
because
those are two Hall of Famers.
Hall of Famers, right? So the Lions team parted. We don't have either one of those guys. We don't have 2 of those, right?
Okay,
and
right
that,
now,
and that
no, you
team,
don't know. Garrett
and that
Wilson
team
could be a Hall of Famer.
That team was the Midwest New York Jets. That's what that team was. That was the Jets of the Midwest. That's how bad that organization and franchise was. They were terrible, and they moved on from their 2 best Hall of Fame
They
Gold
didn't
Jacket
move on
players.
from Calvin Johnson. He
Yeah, Calvin
retired.
Johnson
Wait, that was
retired.
Yeah.
that was
But Petey, the
after a
point is,
decade.
the point is though, you just look at the players, right? You fall in love with the players, and if the team sucks, you got to make changes. And that team took a quarterback. They had a
See,
quarterback.
So don't. All right. Don't
but
in basketball. I know it's different. Don't you build your team around
That's
people?
very
The
different.
Knicks.
That's
Oh yes, but the Jets have to build around a couple of people. They
do
don't have
they?
their
Do
quarterback.
they?
Come on.
Yes.
Do
There's
they?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
there's
Let me
no
ask you a question.
convincing.
so
Take Josh
you're,
Allen off.
You
Who
know
is the
what, Lee
stars
Sean?
on
I
Buffalo,
can't believe
Petey?
you did this.
Who's the stars on Buffalo when you take Josh Allen away? The stars.
Uh,
Y-
I'm gonna go
I say
Dion
James Cook.
Dawkins.
Dawkins.
James Cook is a star.
Yes.
Oh
James
my
Cook.
good,
He's
Yes.
Leashon.
See,
James
see,
Cook is a
Matt
star.
Milano. Matt
see.
Milano.
He's turning into one.
Come on, man.
Matt Milano.
He's turning into one.
A
We've
star.
had this conversation yesterday, Buckeye, where you hit the bell curve in terms of your talent. Where when you have your franchise quarterback who's developed, and you pair it with an OC that understands how to use them, that you can afford to go short shrift on some of your supporting talent because you got the guy and he's getting paid. So then on the money side, it ends up working out. But God forbid a player of Garrett Wilson's caliber ends up in Buffalo, and everyone here is saying, "Oh, Garrett's really not that good. He throws up his hands because he's not getting the ball."
That's the
God
one guy I'd
forbid a
Who
pay,
player
said
Mark.
like Calvin
That's the one
who's
guy I
what?
would pay, Mark. Garrett Wilson's the one
Wait,
guy I would
who
pay.
is saying Garrett is not that good? No,
You
no
called him a
one
wide
is
receiver
saying that.
too,
Yeah,
June. You
but
said,
but
please.
no no
Wait,
no
June,
wait,
no no.
wait. You call
hours of
Garrett
recorded
Wilson a wide
space.
receiver too?
Yeah, June was bugging.
Hold on, wait. How many analysts, beat reporters, everything got to
No,
come
no,
to here and
no
say that
one.
he's the number two?
No,
No,
no one.
none,
No
none,
one.
No one.
none.
No
No
Hold
one.
on,
respect,
holy
none.
shit.
No,
Do
Antoine
Rusty
son.
do
If
No,
Rusty
I'm
if
not.
has to
Antoine
come
did
back up
it,
here again?
Antoine trolls a little
Yeah,
bit.
no,
No,
I'm not. No,
oh, now everybody's trolling. I can't believe this shit. Jarek,
now
you fucking can't. Yo, they did say that.
now y'all can't sit up here and lie. Y'all had analysts, national analysts that y'all respected, come in here and say that he was a wide receiver too. But
Yo,
No,
they all
who?
y'all
Who,
say it,
can't.
Jarek?
And,
Jarek.
and,
They,
Who?
they,
and,
they
and
all
y'all
say
and
it,
y'all let
and
them
they
get
can't
away
hear
with
it.
that?
Jarek, who said that? Nobody.
What?
All
John
right, can
Vogel
I
didn't
say
say he's the
something
number
about
And
two?
this?
y'all love John Vogel to death. Y'all
Uh,
love him to
Yes.
death.
What
look,
are we talking about?
listen, we
Like,
talked
come
to a
Wait,
on,
lot
hold
of
on,
stop.
folks
hold
in
on. John
and I said,
Vogel. Wait,
yes,
Mark. John Vogel is a draft guy. To be fair, and that's not an insult at John. He's not a national reporter
Wow.
or a beat writer for the Jets.
So, Jerry, look, John Vogel, Antoine be trolling like this. I can't win, man.
I
I
don't even
can't
remember
win.
Antoine saying it though. We've talked about this. There's not 32 receivers better than Garrett Wilson. Period. The end. There's not.
He's a wide receiver
There's
one.
not
I
32
don't get it. I don't
teams
get what people.
that he would be
Wait,
a wide
hold on.
receiver two on, man.
Wait, so wait a
This
minute.
is
Hold
crazy.
Buck,
This is
Buckeye,
crazy.
let me ask you a question. Are there 32
This is
receivers
crazy.
better than Jalen Waddle?
Probably not.
he's a 1B, I'd say,
Oh
right?
no, no.
Oh my God.
But
He's a two.
he
He's a wide
has.
He's a
receiver
But
two
two.
with Tyreek fucking
But
Hill,
no,
bro.
okay,
he's
Jalen
a
Waddle is a
two.
number one if Tyreek Hill isn't there.
Like
Yeah,
no,
we've had Dolphin
you
fans come in
just
here and tell us that
described the
he's had wide
definition.
receiver one production.
Thank you, Lee Sean.
You literally just described the definition of a high two. That's a high
But
two.
Jarek,
And that's just what I call him, a high
Jarek,
two.
who when Adam Thielen and Stephon Diggs in Minnesota, who was eating more? It was Adam Thielen. Stephon
Yes,
Diggs was the wide receiver
Diggs
too,
was a high
and
two.
right, and then
He,
Diggs said, "Get me out of here, so I can show the world what I am." And what did he become?
he became
A
the
top
one.
And
five wide receiver is
there
what he
you
became.
go, there you go. Let's put things in real context of just saying Jalen Waddle. If Waddle
No,
was with Josh,
but we're not
what if
saying that
Waddle went
Garrett
to you
Wilson can't
guys?
become a one.
What if
Thank you.
Waddle went
Thank
to
We're
you.
not.
you
We're,
guys?
we're
He would
Thank
put
you.
saying
up crazy numbers.
Crazy. CD
we're
Lamb
not.
numbers.
Okay, no,
So,
no one
so,
is saying
oh
that Garrett
gosh.
Wilson can't become a one in this league. People
He
forget.
is a one.
Wait, he's a
People,
one
Can't
now.
become. What?
Yeah,
No.
he's a one.
He's the one on this
Okay,
team.
wait a minute. People
All
forget.
right, can we all talk one at a time, please, and not let it get like yesterday? Thank you.
Go ahead, Jerry.
I'm not saying that Garrett Wilson, if he's not on the Buffalo Bills or he's not on a high profile team, that he can't get you those amazing statistics. I'm telling you what he is right now, based off of classification and definition. Like, he is not. I'm sorry.
Thank you, bro.
I'm
I mean,
sorry.
We
it's
could agree to
1,100 yards.
we could
I'm
agree to
sorry.
disagree, because I'll tell you what, another guy in Pittsburgh is a wide receiver one, but you can break down and make statistics and show like, nah, he's not. Pickens is a one. To be honest, the guy that gets so much credit, DK Metcalf, both Pickens and Garrett Wilson are better than him. Both of them.
Wait. Say that again. Who's better than
Wilson
Garrett?
and Pickens are better than Metcalf.
Wow.
Metcalf just put up, what, 900 yards?
Damn, Jim.
Wait.
Jim had his hand up for so
Jim.
long he had to
Yeah,
drop down.
Jim. He's probably driving.
Now wait. Now. Are we're going by numbers, and now we going by numbers. The 900 yards. Okay, well then I can sit there and say Brees Hall ain't shit because he never had 1,000.
I'm
Right?
not listen, I'm not on the hill for. I think Brees is going to have better statistics somewhere else. I'm Breesed out. I think he's going to have a terrific year with Justin Fields, by the way. I really do.
Yo, breezed out is
I'm
crazy.
Breesed out. So even no matter what he does with Justin Fields, I'm not going to re-sign Brees Hall, no matter what he does.
Go ahead, Mark. Say it.
Yeesh, dude. All right,
Brees.
can I? No, I'm not. Please, we argue. I'm over the argument. I wanted to mention something I put up in the jumbotron, which is this is a clip of Lejeun's, because there's some folks who are just Jets in here, who don't care what other teams are up to. But I saw this clip from Lejeun's Bowl, and he said something about the players and Brandon Stevens in particular. He was talking about with this clip, and he said, "Look, when you're watching players and then you see them do something correctly once." As a coach, you're like, okay, wait a second. We can get them to do that more than one time. That's what they're hoping for with these guys. But you guys that are, my God, trash and Sauce Gardner. And it's like, you realize Brandon Stevens was like worst in the league, particularly when it comes to man coverage, which they're going to be blitz. And you want to, like, you're like, well, we just don't want to pay him. What are we doing, man? Like,
Which is why
and
it
you're
doesn't
going to
make any
replace him
sense
with
why you
what?
signed him.
Stevens and Stiggers? This makes no sense.
Listen, I think Sauce is being judged through the eyes of an all-pro level. He was not good last year, but that doesn't mean he can't I think this is a very big year for him. If he is a continuation of what he was this past season, no, he is not worth $30 million. That was not a $30 million cornerback we watched last year. It was year one. That was ridiculous. Year two was really good. Last year was not good, Mark. It wasn't good.
Your
Matter of
opponents
fact,
will rejoice with this line of thinking. I can't.
Well,
Sorry, man.
what did I say not factual there? Was he good last year?
You said so you're saying not good. He was good last year.
He
just
wasn't.
didn't play to his standard last year.
He wasn't good.
He gave us 2 all-pro years, and then he had a fallback year, which, by the way, the whole defense had a fallback year after losing their head coach after 5 games. Like, I don't know what we're like.
Was he good last year, Mark?
I include context all the time, not when it just helps my argument.
But was he good last year?
It matters what was happening with the team. Yes, he was a good corner last year.
I agree.
That he's not a good corner. Okay, pull up his numbers and where did he rank amongst corners?
I watched him.
Mark, trust me, you don't want to do that.
I watched him.
You will lose, Mark.
I watched him.
Well, you know what, Jared?
Unlike
some folks, I'm open to changing my opinion based on information.
In terms of the coverage grade, he ranked 34th.
That's terrible.
All right, give me all the numbers.
So don't tell him that.
is terrible.
No, that's
yes,
not terrible.
Petey. Yes, it is.
Not the team. No.
A guy that we're talking about $30 million. Terrible.
Out of how much corners though?
Let's get to Jonathan and get somebody new in here real quick. I guess you got triggered because somebody mentioned George Pickens.
Yeah, I just gotta be honest with you, dude. In no NFL world is George Pickens right now better than DK Metcalf or Garrett Wilson or T. Higgins. He's just not there yet. He's our number one wide receiver, yeah. Yeah, he is. But that's just because, look at our roster. And another thing, you guys would be out of your minds to trade Sauce Gardner, Williams, Garrett Wilson. You would be out of your minds to get rid of those type of guys.
Those guys will. I'm not.
It doesn't make any sense. You know what? A team like the Steelers, we are in the position to make those moves because our guys are aging. We got an old Cam Hayward, T.J. Watts probably doesn't have much more of a prime. You guys have young fundamental pieces that you could build upon, but you're missing the key ingredient, and that is a quarterback. Like every team, come on. Just give them time, and you guys will produce. That's all I gotta say. Don't give up on the young guys. They're
Before you go,
24-year-old
Jonathan,
dudes.
before you go, George Pickens, drop him off with McVay and Puka Nacua at his side. What's George Pickens over there? 1,400,
1B,
1,500? He's a 1B?
1B. Yes,
So
yes.
George Pickens is not eating
Thank you.
to the tune of what, 1,400 yards, 1,500 yards over there?
I'm so lost with some of these guys on Twitter being just infatuated with these media highlights of George Pickens. Watch the guy play football. He gives up on half of his plays when he knows he's not getting the ball. DK Metcalf runs
mean, but
99 yards down the field to make a tackle to save a touchdown on a pick six.
Yes.
DK Metcalf is
yeah,
dropping
but
pass after pass
DK,
after pass.
yeah, DK, he ain't no
George
better.
Pickens has not proven anything to
You
anyone
have no
yet, and I'm
quarterback.
tired of
I
Jonathan,
mean,
saying
again, you've had as
DK had a
bad
good
a
year
quarterback
though.
play as we have. That's the problem.
I mean, last year is kind of a I don't know for the Jets because you had Aaron Rodgers and he is who he is. He dictates what happens. But I really think you guys have some good pieces. I mean, Justin Fields, he could get you to 10-7. I really think that. I wish he was back with us, but I don't know. I don't look at last year as something you could really be measurable for as a Jets fans. It's just shit happen, and that happens to some teams, but to say, yeah, let's trade Sauce. No way. Do you know how important it is to have a true
Jonathan,
number one cornerback?
Jonathan, as an outsider, when you hear this stuff, do you think it's nuts trading Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner? Like, to
Yes,
me,
it's it it
listen, I fall for the bait every day. I do.
no.
I'll admit it. It's brutal. You
I
can't
would
trade those two guys.
you can't. How many teams in the NFL have a true number one cornerback that can just take away a side of the football field? Not a lot of teams have
No, he
that.
can't do that. He doesn't turn his head. He doesn't pick off
But Petey,
balls.
you just ran.
Teams
I'll tell
stay
you
away
what.
from
Mark
him.
was cooking until
Wow.
Jarrett came back and said he was 34th in
Wow.
coverage,
But
and
I gotta
Mark
go
just
Yeah.
out.
and
Last
Mark
year
got a
though.
phone
Yeah.
call.
Hold
Mark got
on.
a phone
Yeah.
call. Like, what
Wait,
happened?
Out of how
wow,
much?
you're
No, I don't
Yeah.
Out
think
of
he
how
was
much?
ready to
Ain't that
Mark.
talk.
shit
Did you
crazy,
hear
Buck?
that?
That shit crazy. Lee, you gotta laugh at that shit. You see how they conveniently
I don't need to
agree
hear
with
myself
someone who
talk. And
pushes their
34,
Jonathan, a new
narrative.
speaker, came up here to talk, and I want to
34
hear what he
out
had
of
to
how much
say.
corners though?
And then he was
I
cooking,
want
and you
the
guys
rest of
ran him
them.
over.
Wait. When Jetstream started cooking yesterday, you guys jumped on it. You wouldn't even let me finish a sentence
June,
Be- because he was
June,
just
you
singing your
stuck
narrative.
now. June, you stuck now because I let Jetstream cook, and he was cooking. He made a much better argument about what Sauce struggled with last year than I've heard from you guys, and I listen to you guys every day.
Are you kidding me? He said
So
the same exact. You know
now
what?
this
June,
is
June, you
Reese's
know what we
I
argument. He
get
said
learned?
it.
some new
I
stuff.
You know
get
what
it.
we learned?
I get it. I
Sauce
get
is on the 34th team. He was 34th in coverage. He's on the 34th team. Thanks, Jarrett.
Yeah, we see how much women they do, the 34th team. All right, go ahead, Lee Sean, who has a hand up as a co-host.
Yeah,
Yeah, Lee Sean, I demoted Mark. I'm not going to interrupt you. I demoted Mark for raising his hand as a co-host. Please don't. That's not a threat
okay.
neither. Go ahead.
I won't raise my hand
Don't
again.
interrupt him, guys, because he gets frustrated with that shit.
No, not
Go ahead.
frustrated. I'm used to it. It's a lot of you guys with no decorum. You just cut people off. But anyway, two quick things. I haven't met this Jetstream. He sounds like a damn Decepticon. Like I want to meet this Jetstream. But more importantly, I just wanted to say I feel like the Grinch who stole Christmas. Like the space started off good. Then I came in with the question and the critique of June with trading the players, and it's like spiraled out of shit. So I feel like I just stole Christmas, and now everyone's arguing, and the kids are crying, and I'm leaving town. So I just wanted to apologize. I didn't want to take you guys down a rabbit
Oh,
hole.
you
Now
don't
we're
gotta
Nah,
you
you're
don't
talking
gotta
about
good.
trade you.
apologize. It's
Okay,
like
fair
every
enough.
Nah.
day.
Fair enough.
Lee Sean, you're
You,
leaving town at 9 o'clock, right? Or are you
yeah,
leaving
yeah.
now?
No, 9. I got 18 more minutes.
All right, yeah. So, all right. And then Mark will, pick you up in town on when he relieves you, okay?
I'm good being in
Fair,
speaker role. I can
fair
Hey,
say
enough.
what I really think from the
Oh,
speakers.
shit.
So
hey, I have a question. That coverage grade. How many other quarters were on that list? out of how many quarters? Because I feel like we're missing something right. That we feel like we're missing something. 34 out of how much corners? Because it's like each corner got 3 corners, so it has to be over.
222 corners.
Mm.
Man,
Yes,
really,
Yeah.
yes, that's the amount.
really,
What?
Yeah.
really, and that's bad. That's
Yeah,
bad.
for a
And
guy,
nobody,
Wait,
hold
we're
wait,
on,
talking
wait.
$30
hold
million.
on.
But 30
Oh,
million,
good.
yeah.
All right. And a guy who lost his head coach,
Oh man, hey yo, here
who,
go the excuses again.
what? It's a fact.
He
The
had
defense
he
went
had hay
down.
fever. Let's not forget he had hay fever.
Okay. And you guys make it seem like this guy gets hurt because he gives up a play. That's bullshit.
No,
That's
wait, wait,
bullshit.
no. It's bullshit that he pulls that because he does act like either he's pointing fingers at somebody else or he's faking a hamstring and sit out for 4 or 5 plays and come right back in. And if you watch every game last year, you'll see it.
What these 3-4s can't do is tell you, because none of us know this, is okay, what's he being asked to do on the play? What's his responsibility in the
Tackle.
play? What's the
Tackle.
coverage
Tackle.
in
That's
the
it.
play?
Yep, he's being asked to
Oh,
tackle. Let him tackle.
oh,
His
okay.
responsibility is
Sure.
to tackle? No, he's a corner. He's got to cover
Wait,
people.
wait. Every player on that field is required to tackle. It's
Okay.
football. We're talking
Okay.
football.
Hold on,
Sauce.
Jarek. I don't know the answer to this, so this may backfire on me. What was
Thanks for
Stingley
Sean.
ranked in that?
Oh, let me look it up right now.
This
In
may
terms of
backfire on me, but
What did he
I
in
have a
do
terms
feeling
of
it
all pro
won't.
last year?
in terms of run defense, what are we
No, the
talking about?
coverage. So I want to know where he ranked,
Okay, okay, give me 1 second.
and this may backfire on me.
And
Then
then Lawrence
After
Lawrence, we
this,
going to you. Yeah, my bad, pity. Same shit.
it's all right. Lawrence has decorum. Good job, Lawrence.
He ranked 22nd. He had a 74.9.
All right, so 20 seconds, so 10 spots higher than Sauce, and he got rewarded 30 million already.
12.
Yeah,
Well,
P did
34.
some
Sorry,
creative math there.
12. My bad. 22nd. All right, so I fucked up by 2. Excuse me.
Lawrence, go ahead, man.
All right. So my thing is, and I said it yesterday, and I'm with
Yes.
June on, I'm not just trading him for nothing.
Right.
And it's only, I'll give an example. Say next year, because you know the Jets are going to do it. We're going to be picking 9th or 10th, and our quarterback that we want is going to be going at the 2nd pick or the 3rd pick at the latest. And we're going to need to trade up. And say we even offer them 3 firsts or 2 firsts and a 3rd, and they're like, nah, we want a 1st and Sauce. Yes. Yep. I'm doing it. That plain and simple.
Gotta do it.
We want.
So how
We want.
come?
Yeah,
Right.
that was the whole thing I was saying yesterday. It's not just like, oh, just trade them and get some shit. Give me like some bags of chips and what with that over there and maybe a pick or two and for a and I'm going to use it on a quarterback because a quarterback can make a difference in wins and losses. So us taking away half of the field doesn't make us win the game. We've proved it at these 3 years. And that's if he's playing man.
But you're weakening another position group.
Yeah,
Oh
but
my
if you have
God.
a quarterback that puts points on the board, he can make up for the 50 yards that Sauce would have his receiver would have opposed to them having 100.
Okay. Yes, you want the rookie quarterback, but is the rookie quarterback really going to excel like a Jaden Daniels?
Oh my
If it's their
God,
guy,
bro.
it's their guy.
Yes, I'm
There's
not
no
arguing
guarantees,
that.
but if it's their
Right.
guy, that's what I mean. If they believe in a guy and he's got pick 2 or 3 at the latest,
You gotta go
and
get
the
him.
only way a team will let us go up is if we give Sauce instead of picks, I'm doing it. Like that's that.
All right, but
Because
there's no team that's offering that right now. Who is offering it?
Well, I'm not saying they are, but I'm saying that's the instance. I'm not just trading him for nothing, but I would trade him in that situation. Yes. Say they believe in Cam Ward. Cam Ward's their guy. They've been truthing for him all year. Tennessee doesn't want to move the pick, obviously, but if they're like, give us Sauce and next year's first, and we'll call it and trade, like, give us your pick 7, we'll do it. All right, yep.
Tennessee's
If that's their guy,
Tennessee's not doing that this year.
Jarek, what pick? What pick was Cooper DeJean? What pick was he?
33rd.
He's like a 2nd round. Yeah.
Wow.
And who was better in your opinion last year, Sauce or Cooper DeJean?
That's hard to say. They play 2 different positions.
Curtis, can you make
Cooper
this?
DeJean had
Can you make this argument better, Curtis?
Like Cooper Cooper can play multiple positions, but he's mostly a slot guy. Sauce is an outside guy.
That's fair.
Slot's harder though. I feel
like. Let Curtis get in here to make the argument better. What's up?
Good morning. Happy Friday. We made it to the end of the week. Let's finish this week strong. So I'm not arguing because like What's the point of arguing? I'm weary about arguing about this fact. Put it like this, gentlemen. If there was a move to be made on Sauce or Garrett, they'd already be gone. They're not going nowhere. I understand. Everybody has their own ideas of team building, and I'm not going to disrespect that. It's just we all are passionate, so I can respect the passion. And don't mind me, I'm not down. I'm just right now. I'm kind of like balancing myself. Oh well, I'm on a hanger, man. We bang stuff, so.
Oh, you're all good.
Yeah. So
wait, can you clarify? I'm banging stuff. Pause.
Hey, we bang. Okay.
He fix airplanes, fixing airplanes.
Exactly. Airplanes, every now and then a female. Pause. No problem, sir.
Hi, Club.
No problem.
Good morning, everybody.
No pause needed.
He gets in trouble. Go ahead, Curtis.
Yeah. So I mean, I hear where y'all coming from, but this is not the year. Everything, June has a good point about timing. And I understand his point about timing. But it goes back to the second wave, is that our timing this year is horrible. There's no good quarterback. So, there's no point in trading off these people. So, it's just like we have the worst thing with timing. Our team is never on time.
Never on time.
And so, we're just going to roll what we got, guys. I mean, nothing personal. I'm not training up for Cam Ward. I'm not training up for Shador. Neither one of them are good to me. Like if I can compare them to the past draft class, I'd put those two near the bottom. They don't strike me as game changers. So sorry, Petey, I don't have nothing to strengthen the Sauce account. It's just I'm just thinking this is futile.
It's fine that I'm not like, if we get the right offer, he's got to go. But this narrative,
there's no right offer this year.
There's no 2-1s. That's yesterday's news with Jamal. Like no one's given 2-1s.
That's what I'm saying. So there's nothing that's gonna happen that's gonna be worth it. There ain't no team dumb enough to do the Herschel Walker trade no more.
If I got a first and a second,
I'm doing that.
I'm doing that.
I'm not doing it for a second. I'm not.
A first and a second?
A first and a second. Kurt, think about that. First and a second, man.
How high is the second? Because we'll know what number it is. Oh no, I need high. I need a high first and a high.
The only teams that are doing that are championship contending teams, or teams that they believe that could be a championship contender.
They're just a cornerback away, exactly.
Yeah,
right.
I just wanted to say a better comparison would have been Quinyon Mitchell and Sauce, not Cooper and Sauce. That's all I came up here to say.
Quinyon. Now you can
what up,
make
Josh?
an argument. Quinyon was a top 5 corner. You can make an argument.
And he was drafted in the late first. I think it was like 24th or something like that. So
weren't they both drafted same draft?
Rookie seasons of all time.
Yeah.
So they took care of their entire cornerback position in one draft.
Mm-hmm. And they won the Super Bowl because of it.
And they won the Super Bowl in that draft.
Mm-hmm. Wait. Let me ask you a question. The year that Kansas City won the Super Bowl with
McDuffie,
with Snead. Now, was he ranked? Wasn't he like the top 5 corner?
He was the best corner.
Yes.
He was number 1. And what did they do immediately after they won the Super Bowl?
Poof, goodbye.
And then the following year, where did they go right back to? Mike didn't win it, but they went right back to the Super Bowl.
Yep, they had Ward too. Remember, they had Ward. And then they had Snead. And then they had McDuffie. And then they moved McDuffie outside.
Can you guys call on Neil, please? I'm sick of poking holes in Jude's arguments. Neil, good morning.
Wait. You're arguing. Wait, hold 1 second, Neil. 1 second. Let me talk to my co-host real quick.
Wow.
Every day, your point of view and your argument gets holes. You go from one side to another side. Nobody knows where you stand on.
Whichever one he's on is right, though. Just know that.
Exactly. But everyone he stand on is what are we doing here? It's stupid for you. No.
Gene, you just heard 2 fans from outside the fan base tell you that your opinion is incorrect, and you're coming after me from my stance
They
on
don't
these
watch the
players.
Jets consistently
Do we
enough
need
to
to
sit there and
have an
speak on it.
Do we need to have an AFC space and bring in 16, 15 teams to come in here with fans to tell you and make sense, and then will you listen?
Hey Mark,
Should
let
we
me
do an
ask you a
NFL
question.
space next? What do you need?
Hey Mark, do you know the ins and out of how Buffalo do things? Have you watched a lot of their games? Other
I
than
watched a fair
other
amount, not as much as their fan base, but I've watched a fair amount of what they do.
Okay, so can you really comment on their team and how they're structured and what they run? No, because you don't really watch them like
Sure,
that.
I can.
Oh,
Well, I'm not going to listen. If a Buffalo fan tells me that they do something a certain way, I'm going to listen to it because they're watching the ins and especially on Twitter. I'm going to listen to the ins and outs of
okay.
it.
So
But I get a sense of what they do.
what's the difference of a Pittsburgh Steelers fan telling coming in here and saying that I'm wrong?
The difference is he's watching not just he told you, but you didn't hear him.
I don't care.
He said,
Listen,
listen to me for a second. He told you
come on,
that
man.
he gets mad because folks watch the highlight film of Pickens, but they're not watching every play Pickens runs and the plays where he takes off or the plays where he's griping. We see Garrett jumping up and down on the sideline, on the field if he doesn't get the ball, but we can't expect other fans to see the same thing. Same
Okay,
thing with Pittsburgh. It's called
so
insight.
so my point is, how can a Pittsburgh fan tell me about what I see with the Jets every game?
Dude, can
All
I
right.
bring
I
something
think
up?
yeah,
Can we get to
Yeah.
Neil after
Yeah,
this?
this will be fast. Le'Shawn, and I respect it. You asked him about McDermott. That guy has won division after division, playoff after playoff. He's ready to move on if he doesn't win a Lombardi.
Right.
That's when you're like properly evaluating. I
Yes.
prioritize winning, not statistics, not like if you break down McDermott's stats. Mark, help me through where McDermott deserves to be fired if you just break it down statistically. He doesn't.
Buckeye, you're missing the whole story here. They've had how many consecutive division titles? 4?
Five.
Five.
5
Soon,
now?
Yeah.
soon to be six. Go ahead.
Which is better than Sauce
Uh,
Gardner and Garrett Wilson, by the way.
I can't argue with that. Well, that's great. But what you're missing and what you're leaving out is that they have their franchise quarterback. Like their expectations have changed because
But
when you have
to
these new
their point,
titles,
we have to trade stuff away to get Josh. We have to
Hey,
trade away.
Jesus Christ.
We have
Tell
to
him
trade
again,
away
Justin.
Sammy Watkins and
But
Ronald Darby
right, but
and
uh,
Courtney
uh,
Hey,
Glenn.
Cordy,
Hold on,
hey,
but
Cordy Glenn.
hold
but
on, hold
Justin,
on.
hold on. Go
Let him
ahead.
finish.
No,
Let him finish.
Go ahead.
Petey.
Let him
We have
finish.
to
Yeah, Justin.
we have to trade away those two players and Courtney Glenn, who we literally just paid 60 mil in
Okay.
2016 to trade up
I,
to get Josh Allen.
I'm sorry. Cordy Glenn, Sammy Watkins, and all those guys were not all pros and rookie of the
No,
year.
but
Petey,
but Cordy Glenn was a Pro Bowler.
right?
So
He
sorry.
was our
Petey,
franchise left tackle. Petey,
he was a 60
Okay.
million
what are you
dollar
talking?
left
Come
tackle.
on.
Okay.
Petey, like
All right.
so.
All right. Wait. This is good now. There's people waiting. Just be quick and let Neil. I want Neil to come in here
Nah,
as a Dolphin fan.
now it's be quick when I have
See,
a point.
see, see,
Not
Now
see,
you
it's be
because
quick.
He's protecting his
Justin,
So
co-host.
Justin,
He's
I
I'm
was trying to
protecting
be
no,
Mark.
cordial up
see,
here,
I am
Petey.
see,
not
You owe
protecting
Matt
He's
Mark.
Collins an
protecting Mark.
apology.
see,
You owe
see.
Matt
No,
Collins an apology.
Justin, he's been waiting. Come on, man.
You know, go ahead, Neil.
I got nothing but respect for you. Come on. Go ahead, Neil.
All good. Good conversation. Good morning, everyone. We literally just did this exercise 2 days ago in a space on the Dolphins, and I was up there, and they were like, "Would you trade Tyreek? Would you trade Waddle? Would you trade him?" And my answer to everyone was yes. And I said, "Let's just cut to the chase. I would trade anybody on the 53-man roster, because as we sit here, what's it, March 20, whatever it is, I think there's 6 teams that are Super Bowl contenders next year, and that's the Commanders, the Eagles, the Bengals, the Bills, the Ravens, and the Chiefs. And the reason is because they got guys at quarterback that can do what we can. Ask Le'Shawn if he gives a shit about who his starting free safety is. He probably doesn't care because he has Josh Allen. Like the reason, like players like Sauce Gardner for you and players like Jalen Waddle mean a lot to us is because they're good football players that have come to our team and performed, but the reality is they don't get you much closer to a championship unless you have someone who's pulling the trigger at the quarterback position that's going to win those games. We saw it firsthand with the Bills this year, and I too questioned how much of what we would see from Josh Allen with the receiving core he had. And what they proved was it didn't matter. You can line up 3 number 3s, you can line up 4 number 4s, whatever you want to do. Josh Allen is so good that he's going to get his. And, I think the problem with teams like the Dolphins and the Jets have had is they've had glimpses of young quarterbacks that appear to maybe be their franchise guy. And as soon as our fan bases get a little taste of that, right? Like, and I'm guilty of this with Tua. Like, I got a little taste of a guy that was for 2 seasons in a row an MVP candidate, but as the season got on, he was nowhere to be found. He was hurt, or he didn't play well in those big games. And that's all you need to see to realize you don't have the guy. And until either the Jets, the Dolphins, or any of these teams have one of those guys, we could come in here and talk about it all day, every day, and it's fun and it's good banter. But the reality is the Jets, the Dolphins, they're no closer to being a championship team than they were 15 years ago, 20 years ago. You kind of got to get lucky sometimes. Sometimes you got to take guys whose athletic and elite traits outweigh their football performance on the football field and hope that your coaching staff can mold that guy into a player. But like right as it stands right now, like I get the love because I think Sauce Gardner still is a top 10 corner despite having a bad season. But if he is a resource that allows you in the draft at any point to get a quarterback that you've deemed the potential franchise guy, shit, I wouldn't you give up your 10 best players to have a guy that for the next 10 years is going to be a Bowl level quarterback for your franchise? Like that's just how I look at it. Like I like the players. I've bought the jerseys of these guys, and I've transitioned to caring more about the logo on the helmet than the name on the back of the jersey. And that's just my 2 cents on it. Like, good player, Sauce Gardner. If you don't have anything good to get for him, sure, it doesn't hurt to have him on your team. But if he is a trading block that you can combine with a draft pick and go get Cam Ward, let's just say, and that's a guy that the Jets, a franchise quarterback, I'd do it 10 out of 10 times.
So Neil, here's what happens next. So the grass is greener, right? What happens is, folks, they get Sauce off the roster. Okay, they trade for a quarterback who's got to take a year to kind of get his footing, right? And then what we're going to see is they're throwing all over the football field because you got Stevens, who was dead last in man coverage last year, and Quantez Stiggers, who's XFL superstar. And what'll happen is everyone here who's saying, "Oh man, we should have got rid of Sauce," guess what happens to them and that opinion? They stop saying it and are not accountable.
All right, Sean.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but look at the Bills, and I hate to keep giving, but look, their patience with Josh Allen was why their franchise is in the position it was. Like,
Yep.
Josh Allen wasn't that guy right out of the gates. He had his warts. He had to adjust to the NFL, and then they were patient. He got the turnovers to go away, and he's become one of the most dynamic football players. Like, yeah, it sucks when the roster around those type of players isn't great, but I do think that good franchises find a way to mend the fences on those types of positions and develop the quarterbacks the right way. Like, I think you
Neil,
would agree
where
with
was
me.
Josh Allen drafted?
7.
Well, yeah, but he was also the fourth quarterback in that draft, and Lamar was the
Yes.
fifth at 32.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yep.
like,
Right,
I
more
get where
got
they
at
go.
32, right?
Right. So, yeah. So you could go get a Josh Allen, and you got the 7th pick this year, right? So, like, it just shows you that you can go find those guys at those positions. But, I think you would argue agree with me. The Dolphins had, especially 2 years ago in 2023, they had a loaded roster. When you looked at, they added Ramsey, they had Tyreek,
Top
they
to
had
bottom.
Waddle,
Yep.
Wilkins, and Sealer. They didn't even win a playoff game with that roster, and the real reason is when we needed the quarterback at
Health.
the end of the season, we had Skylar Thompson in a playoff game, and you can have the best
Coaching.
roster in football, and but you know what? I even think good quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson saved John Harbaugh's job. He was getting fired from Baltimore, and then Lamar found lightning in a bottle, and the next thing Harbaugh's in Coach of the Year conversations for consecutive years. Like, a great quarterback changes everything for your organization, and that's why it's so hard to find them. We talk about elite. Like, I think there's like 7 or 8 guys that are great to very good to great, and the rest, it's kind of like just a pack where everyone's just a little bit better or on the same tier as everyone else. It's those ones that can separate from the pack that make your franchise different.
Excellent points.
All right, we have We have hands all over the place.
I don't know who it
Jim's
is,
been
Mark.
trying to get in. He got
Uh,
dropped earlier.
Mark,
Jim, good morning.
can I
what's
just
up?
ask one favor, man, before Jones goes? Mark,
Yes.
can you talk to people, with less context because people get upset?
No, I won't do
I'm,
that, Pete.
I'm
Listen,
actually, Mark, I'm being sarcastic.
I know. Listen, people get. I was happy you're having an AFC East space because I've been mean to Jet fans apparently for months, and now I get to be mean to division rivals too. So that's great.
I agree. We need to have an
Although,
AFC East space. I agree, Mark. We
Yeah,
haven't had
we'll
one in
do
a
it
while.
more. Jones, go ahead. My bad.
Neil, I just want to say Neil made great points on everything. But I just want to say this. When I'm watching I've been watching NFL since like '04, and a lot of you guys been watching it much longer than me. But I have never seen a league in the NFL where there's more than four guys at the quarterback position where you can trust them to take you to the promised land with no matter who's on the field. You look in today's NFL, you looking at C.J. Stroud, Dak Prescott, Trevor Lawrence, Tua, and Jared Goffs, even Jalen Hurts of the world, where they're good, but they have a well built team. And I just don't see us trading these guys away, then going to get a quarterback. That's what I call trapping backwards. I feel like this team is in a position to where it's an average roster. Take the guys to build a formidable roster without trading away guys and hoping and praying that this quarterback is the guy. Because you can trade away these guys, like Neil said, but if that quarterback isn't the guy, then that's just going to advance the firing of the coach. This roster that we have in place has the youth and the talent to where I believe they need to have the quarterback they draft come in and make his job easier. And where we don't have to pray, we got guys that can help him on the defensive end and at the skill positions and at the offensive line. I understand people's points about trading Sauce and Garrett and all this stuff, but let's say you get your first and second round picks. Now you take your quarterback. Let's say he caps out at Trevor Lawrence. Are we happy? Are we happy? I'm pretty sure no Jets fans in here will be happy to be in a position of where the Jaguars are. Nobody in here would be happy. So why can't we build this team and whoever we draft? And why do we have to get all these picks? Like we still own our first and seconds next year. If we see the quarterback they seem deemed, sign Garrett Wilson, draft whoever you draft this year, move up and go get your quarterback. We do not have to trade away players and pieces that will be help for this young quarterback, whoever it is, whoever will come in. And you can agree or disagree, but the simple fact of the matter is it's multiple ways to do this thing and win a Super Bowl. You just watch the Eagles do that. A lot of people said the Detroit Lions were Super Bowl contenders. They did it the other way. They built a team, then brought in Jared Goff, and eventually they'll be drafting another quarterback. But we look at the Commanders and we're like, wow, that's the way we got to go. That's not always the way, man. I just think this roster is more in a place to where we should build the team and then let the quarterback step in.
Well,
I
Jim.
agree.
well, we got to remember.
Yep.
Hold on. We got to remember that the Jalen Hurts team that was able to step in. We got to remember that team, that a lot of that team was assembled for Carson Wentz, and
Exactly.
Carson Wentz was the number 2 overall pick, who had a pretty solid rookie season, and then the
hmm
following season, again, if he ever would have tore his ACL, he was the MVP. He
I
was
Yes.
the MVP that year until
Yes.
he
I agree.
ended up until yeah
I
until he
agree,
until he
Jared.
tore
But
his ACL.
did they not have the
That
did
makes
they
an
not have
argument.
the offensive line in place? They had Fletcher Cox on the roster. They had the safety that eventually got traded. That was Malcolm Jenkins. They had guys on the roster to where that when Carson Wentz got there, it made his job easier rather than him coming in and having to be the savior of just a shit and a
Yeah,
terrible team.
they also had the play caller as well. We want to clown. I forgot what his name is, but yeah, but they also had the head coach in place that was one of the best offensive minds in football.
Yeah.
The offensive line, I wouldn't say it was complete, not until I would say year 2. But to your point, it did end up being complete around year 2. For Carson Wentz. But yeah, that transition for Jalen Hurts was a lot more smoother. very similar to like a Dak Prescott. When Dak Prescott stepped in there as a fourth round pick, he had the best line in football. He had one of the best offensive minds in football. They drafted Ezekiel Elliott with the fourth pick because they knew that all they needed was a superstar caliber back because DeMarco Murray was not was he just was not, they didn't think he was going to be the long term answer, and they thought that Ezekiel Elliott was a prodigy, which we all know that rookie season he led the league in rushing yards. So, like it's to Jones' point, I think that again, like there's nothing wrong with building the roster first and then taking the quarterback to step in. But if you do it, you have to like it may take you 2-3 years in order for you to do it. And like Mark continues to say, do you have the patience? Does this organization have the patience enough to build that roster the slow way while also putting that quarterback in that position to succeed?
Jimmy, you ready? I want to share some numbers on this conversation if he's not ready yet. Go ahead, Jim. Hello, Jim. You guys hear him?
I don't hear him. No, I hear you, Mark, only.
Jim, we don't hear you. You want to drop and come back? We'll get you. I don't want to mute you. So I was running numbers because we've been arguing ad nauseum about elite quarterbacks, where to get them, and all that. I was looking at the percentage hit chance on an elite quarterback in the draft. And these are numbers like from the 2000s up till today. Here's what I came up with. So with a top 10 pick in the draft, your percentage chance of hitting on an elite quarterback, and by elite, here's how I'm defining it, okay? A multiple Pro Bowl or all-pro selection kind of quarterback, a consistent top 10 quarterback in the league, a long-term starting career, and often leads the team into deep playoff runs or Super Bowls. Those are my criteria for elite quarterback, okay? The percentage chance of hitting on an elite quarterback with a top 10 pick is 25 to 30%. It's not 75%. It's not 80%. It's 25 to 30% chance. Okay. Now that's in a top 10 pick. Overall, in the first round, it only drops down to 15 or 20% hit rate for an elite quarterback of that status. So to Jones' point from earlier, in my opinion, it makes a lot more sense to build your roster and take a first round talent at quarterback anywhere from 1 to 32.
Mark, can I ask you a question? Out of all those, because again, they're picking the top 10 for a reason. Out of all those top 10 picks for the percentage, we'll just go back to 2000, the turn of the century. Quarterbacks like David Carr, Mark, like all these quarterbacks. How many of those quarterbacks had top tier offensive lines?
Jarek, you're gonna have to bring that information into the room. I cranked the numbers and shared it.
Since what year, Jarek?
Since 2000. And we can go back
mean,
further if you want.
Listen, I will put Mark Sanchez's line in there, the Jets line. That's one off the top, correct?
Yeah. The offensive. Yes. That was a good offensive line.
All right.
But yeah, Mark, those stats are good, and that's exactly what my point was. It's so hard to find that guy, but 30% odds is much better than 0% odds. So,
period.
Right. So whatever, because I think there's only 5 elite quarterbacks in football, and I might be wrong, but I think it's Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar, Burrow, Jaden Daniels, and that's where the line stops. And I think Jaden Daniels could even, I think he's going to be even better this year than he was last year. But I think some people could even question him as an elite guy. I think the term elite gets thrown around a lot, but like it's so hard. But look what finding one does to your franchise. And maybe the Commanders are a bad example, but like they had Terry McLaurin, who's a good receiver, right? But I'd argue both of our teams have better receivers than Terry McLaurin, right? They had a so offensive line where Samuel Cosme is a good player, but they hit what's the kid that played the rookie? Is it Brandon Coleman from TCU? I think who started at left tackle for a majority of the season for them. They kind of had some journeymen at the running back position, but Jaden Daniels elevated that offense, was clutch in big situations. Their defense kind of was a who's of names that have been recycled around the leagues, like the Jeremy Chins of the world. Not saying they're not good players, but I would say that the Commanders had a pretty poor roster from top to bottom, yet the drafting of Jaden Daniels changed everything for them. And that guy had
Hold,
this.
hold on a minute, Neil. I want to make sure we get Jim because Jim's been trying to connect on and off.
Absolutely.
I'm
No,
not
no,
sure
that's
if he's
okay.
here.
Let him keep going. I'll
Okay, go
wait.
ahead, Neil.
No, so I just think it's like one of those things, and it's like I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm envious of the Commanders, a team that a franchise I would say was as dysfunctional as any under Daniel Snyder. They get rid of
Mm-hmm.
him, they bring Adam Peters in, they find Jaden Daniels, and now they're a team that they had an abundance of cap space. They have, their draft picks, and like I'm intrigued to see how they add to this roster. And we saw, I guess, CJ Stroud take a little bit of a sophomore slump this year. So could that happen to Jaden Daniels? Sure, but we'll see. I think it's one of those things that just finding the right guy changed everything for them. And it's just what, like, our teams have trouble more than any. Like, the Jets and Dolphins are two franchises that just for whatever reason for decades have had a tough time finding that upper echelon quarterback, and it's so hard to do. I don't think you need to definitely have a top 10 pick to do it, but I think the numbers show that if you do, your odds increase drastically. So that's just kind of my 2 cents.
Agreed. Neil, as always, good points. What,
Jim, you
Jim?
ready?
You ready? Yeah, Mark. Real quick, Jim. At 9:30, Jake Asman will join us from
Yeah,
ESPN, and he'll be in.
can you
Go
hear me?
ahead, Jim.
You guys got me?
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
Jim. Jim,
Yeah.
is today the F bomb
No,
drop again?
I'm gonna behave. I'm gonna be quiet.
Thanks,
I'm
Jim.
gonna be mellow.
Carmelo or Mello?
Mellow. I'm gonna be a
Oh,
mellow
all right.
guy today. It's Friday. Um, just to push back on Neil, like the Jets have had top 5 picks. A couple of them drafted, for quarterbacks, and obviously didn't work out. Um, you don't have to trade your young players to get number 1 picks to trade up, for Cam Ward. If that's a quarterback that they think is above and beyond everybody else, you can make that phone call. It doesn't mean you're going to get there. People have been now. I've been reading Jackson Dart at 7, and there are Jet fans here that say that's going to be an awful move. But if the GM, scouts, and head coach think that's going to be their franchise guy, and he's there at 7, you don't have to give up any asset. Why would anybody say boo about that if he turns out to be the guy? I'm not. So there's that thing with the quarterbacks. The Jets have tried; they failed, unfortunately. Let's see what happens with this draft. Maybe next year, if they don't do quarterback high this draft, maybe next year, if they have a horrible season in the top 5 or top 10 pick, maybe there is a quarterback that they'll go all in on and then maybe trade assets for. I don't know. But for my question for June and the Buckeye, book of GMing, let me throw this name out there. We're talking about, they say they haven't won with these guys, right? They haven't won anything. Let's just throw out a name. He plays the same position as Garrett Wilson, right? Is June there, or June muted me?
Well, I'm right
This
here.
is a
No,
book of
All
June,
right.
Fucking
GMing. It's
guy.
more like
Jim,
a pamphlet,
Jim.
Jim.
If you got muted, you'd be cursing up a storm. And Jim, by the way, please let us know when your book drops of the GM and book. Okay.
I gotcha. So the GMing of
Like a
June
door
and
flyer.
Buckeye, Larry Fitzgerald, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did they win with him in the
Nothing.
beginning of his career?
But they got to a
Super
Super
No,
Bowl.
no.
Bowl. No,
Wait a second. They started his career 6-10, 5-11, 5-11. That's his first 3 years,
Mm-hmm.
right? I
Mm-hmm.
think then they went 8-8 or whatever. I think it was like the 4th or 5th year. They didn't trade him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And who got them? Who helped them get to that Super Bowl and almost won a Super
Kurt
Bowl?
Warner
Kurt Warner.
Yes, but who is their main offensive weapon that if you had to throw to somebody and came in clutch, who was that guy?
and Quan Bolden.
Yeah.
And Larry
And
Fitzgerald. No, Larry
yes,
Fitzgerald, nothing to do with it.
yes,
Right.
Okay.
yes. Him
Oh,
and Fitzgerald. Go ahead.
so let's throw out another name. Just say let's throw out Miles Garrett.
Wait, 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 wait.
Wait.
Go back to that point.
Go ahead.
You. So you're saying, like, what are you saying about that? About that
I'm
team?
saying you don't trade good players because eventually, if you do find a quarterback or build a team around your good players, You know what's pretty good to have? That good player still there.
Wait, Jim.
But
Do
they
you?
didn't trade him.
Hey, Jim. Do
They
you?
didn't.
But Jim, listen to what you're saying. You just rattle off all subpar records, and the only thing that changed was they got their quarterback.
Yes, but you know what
I
was
feel
cool
like
to?
that's
But
an
you know what was cool
anomaly,
to have 4 years later when they got that quarterback? Larry Fitzgerald.
bro.
But they got the
And they got
quarter.
their
But
quarterback
they
by
got their
trades,
quarter.
both of them.
but
Yo,
they
Yes,
they
but
but
what
they
was more
didn't they
important?
didn't they didn't get
Not
Kurt Warner to
wait,
be the quarterback. That was just an
Right.
anomaly
wait.
year.
Did they sign Carson Palmer
Yeah, they
They
or
had
signed
they
him.
trade
have
him?
no,
They
they
signed
drafted
Carson
let
Mike,
Palmer.
me
bro. They drafted Matt Leinart because in the
Yes,
high
that's
Yes.
first
right.
round, and
Who was a bust?
Kurt Warner was there to
let
help mentor him. He
June.
wasn't there to be their quarterback.
Let me
That
throw out
All
another
right,
name. Right,
go
just
ahead, Jim.
Miles Garrett. Right,
Miles Garrett. Okay.
right. Great play. Browns are garbage. Right,
Right.
consistently.
Right.
How come they don't trade him?
Well,
That's a good
listen.
question.
Wait, wait,
Wait.
But
wait.
they keep
No, no.
losing.
But they
Yeah,
keep look.
That's a
Thank
good
yeah.
you.
But
question,
wait a
Jim.
You
That
second.
that that one
that's the
actually
point.
But
was
wait a
that
second.
one was not a
Right,
good
but it's
point, Jim.
about building around.
What do
So
you
the
It's
mean? Yeah,
Browns
but
are
wait a
about
second.
building
It's
around
No,
Miles
they're
no, no.
not
Garrett.
going
Wait a
anywhere
second.
until they get
Jim,
a
you just riled
quarterback.
up the
But
whole
wait a second.
space,
You
Jim.
want to trade all these guys because we don't win with them.
But Jim, what was your
The
Miles
Bad
Browns
Garrett
have
point?
one
Because
of the
you
worst
lost me on that
The
front
one.
Browns,
offices
one of the
in the
worst
National
organizations
Football
next
League.
to us. That's a bad example.
No, it's not because they have a great player, but they won't trade him. Why? If they
Okay,
stink
Jim,
and they don't win
Jim,
with him,
Jim,
Because
Jim,
they're
yep.
because they're
Jim,
capped.
Jim,
Look at the cap if they would have got rid of Garrett. Like that shit
Hey,
would have been
Let,
insane.
let's let's throw
Jim.
let's throw let's throw out another name. J.J. Watt, right? He was on bad teams.
0 playoff wins.
Why don't they trade him?
Oh,
They didn't win with
They
Yeah,
them.
released
You're
him.
using
Hold on.
bad
Exact, but
Wait,
that's
examples,
wait,
Jim.
they
June.
they
appease their
released
But
him.
that's
fans.
They
your
released
Jim, you're
him.
using
June.
bad examples, Jim.
Wait a second, June. But this is your argument on trading Sauce and Garrett.
But
We don't
June,
win with them.
No.
How come no one? How come none of the
You
other bad teams trade their guys then?
because they
and they
stay bad
remain
teams.
bad
They stay
teams.
bad teams.
They
That was
stay
a
bad teams. What
Jim.
if they
I don't know
changed?
if you thought this one through.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either.
So wait a second. So we wanna.
We
You
want to
know
be
who
the
stayed bad
Browns.
teams also?
Well,
If you
wait a
trade your good
minute.
players,
What's
if
more
you trade
important?
your good players for more question marks in the draft,
What's more
you
important
might
on
get worse
defense?
players.
Like the Brown, like
Jim,
Jim. The Browns
not a
ain't
good
going
point,
anywhere.
Jim. Not a good
They're not
point.
gonna go anywhere. They should have traded. They should have let go of they should have let go of Miles Garrett because
I
you would have
agree.
Yeah.
got a couple of first
Yes.
round picks.
What's
They
more
Yes.
they actually do need to rebuild.
Yes.
For what
what's more
quarterback?
important on defense? Pass rush or shutdown corner?
My point is, bad
Mark,
teams
but
have
that
good
wait,
players, and
Mark,
they don't trade away their good
Mark.
And they
players.
Yes,
stay
Mark.
bad teams,
Mark, wait, hold
Jim.
on,
You
Mark.
Hold
didn't
on.
think this went
Mark,
through.
hold on, guys. Can I just make a Mark? I heard your comment for what quarterback. To be fair, Mark, they are in the top two. So, Cam Ward goes one. They could still draft Sanders. To be fair, they could do that and then
Yeah,
have
but
a
they're not.
haul. No,
That's
right,
true,
Mark. I
but they're not trading away. But to Jim's point, they're not trading away Miles Garrett to get
Yeah, but he just
what
mentioned the
Shadur
bottom
Sanders.
rung of
Give
teams
me
in the
the
NFL and
examples.
said,
Hold
like,
on.
look at them.
Oh,
Hey, I'm glad you caught
What
it,
did the
Buck.
okay.
Chiefs do with
Here's the other
Tyreek
one.
Hill? The Chiefs won
They
with
trade.
Look,
They
Tyreek Hill.
traded.
Mark, what were
Exactly.
you
They
saying?
traded.
Wait,
And
Neil.
you know what they
Wait,
got
Neil,
for
I
him?
Mark
love you,
was
Neil.
talking.
Neil, I love
You
you
know.
for
You
that
know
one
what they
right
got
there.
for
Just about to go there.
Tyreek Hill in this exchange? They got George
Mark, what
Karlaftis
were you saying?
and Trent McDuffie.
I'm
I
trying, dude.
agree.
Look, if you listen to what Jim is saying, it's about like where's the example of, and this may exist, of teams that traded like a
The
haul
Chiefs.
of great players
The,
to shoot up the board,
we just gave
great
you
players
one.
to shoot up the board to go up to whatever top 5 pick or something like that to go and get their franchise quarterback of choice, and then has a track record of winning after going to get that quarterback, as opposed to just being there at keeping their pick or moving a couple spots up, like when they did the trade for Mahomes, or I mean, did Baltimore stand pat at 32 when they got Lamar?
They moved up.
They moved up. Did they trade any? So
Mark,
to go to 32, hold on,
Mark, the
please.
Bills.
So
We traded away our best. Again, people want to clown it, but that was our franchise tackle who was the top 5 highest paid tackle in the National Football League, and we traded him
Yes,
away
but
so we can
Cordy.
get two
All
first,
right, but
two
bro,
second round picks, and we used those picks to trade up for Josh Allen.
All right. Hold on here, Mark. I know you were talking. To be fair, though, Jarek, you're comparing these guys. Cordy, whatever his name is, Glenn is not even in the same
He was
stratosphere as
oh,
Miles Garrett.
okay, but when he was paid, he was a top
Oh.
10
Yes.
tackle in the league.
Oh, top 10. Okay.
He might have been a
Go
Hall of
ahead,
Famer,
Mark.
but he was a
Finish.
top 10 tackle in the league.
And then get to Hole.
Nah, I'm good.
Mark.
Good, Hole.
His biggest issue was injuries. He just couldn't stay
Jarek,
healthy.
who did the Commanders release right before this ascent
Jonathan
on the
Allen,
D line?
Jonathan Allen.
Yeah,
All right,
who
Hole's
else on
trying
the
to get
D
in
line?
here. Can we actually
Chase
go?
Chase,
Young.
was it Sweat?
Chase.
Good,
Montez
Hole.
Sweat.
Yeah.
Montez Sweat. Yep.
Hole, go ahead.
But we also see examples of when you trade all the way your players and you get that quarterback, it kind of it's a possibility that it stops his growth. It's like we got killed for the whole Justin Fields thing. It was like, well, why don't y'all put nothing around him? We still don't know what Justin Fields is. And then with the whole Bryce Young situation, they didn't have nobody to throw to. Oh, Bryce is regressing. Bryce was a bust. Until you get weapons around a young quarterback, you really not know what he is. So you
Well,
okay,
hold.
but then I'm listening.
Well, hold on. The point is, that's why we saying trade Sauce. You still keep Garrett. You trade Sauce, and if you have to, you go get your
Oh, now
quarterback.
you want to keep
Dude,
Garrett.
that I know this is crazy, man.
Well,
So
no,
that
wait,
we're
wait,
just gonna
wait, wait, wait,
ignore
wait, wait. Hold on, hold
complimentary.
on, hold on, hold
All
on.
right.
What was the basis of my whole point to begin with? Buckeye, please, Jerry, please explain to
If
this
No,
guy.
Garrett, no wait,
yes, your thing
I'll say it.
about Garrett wanting
If
out.
Garrett asks for a trade request, then you do it because
Thank
he
you.
doesn't want to be a part of
All
the
right, so
organization.
now Garrett, according to June, I'm not putting words in his mouth. He never said this, but it just seems magically that Garrett hasn't asked for a trade.
No,
So
what
He
happened was
hasn't because
What
no
happened
Aaron
was
Rodgers.
Mark
continue,
Torres'
guys. All right.
quarterback left the building, and Garrett
Thank
all of a
you.
sudden has decided this isn't
He
so bad. It
he
was
he
Mark
wants an
holding the
extension now.
organization back. He wanted
I'm
Thank
Aaron
you.
glad
Rodgers back.
I'm in the front office now that he's my quarterback.
Well,
That's
you
good.
have campaigned for
Yes.
Aaron
Well,
Rodgers back.
we were all
What I
told
campaigned
that.
for, well, okay.
Mhm.
What I campaigned for was the production, the 28 touchdowns and the 11 picks, and let's see if Justin Fields can match or exceed that this year. That's an unknown.
What if he
Um,
has 6 wins?
what if Justin Fields wins
Yeah,
six
what if he
games?
wins
Yeah.
more than
Well, it's
magical
not
Aaron
boxing.
Rodgers?
So I think if he's going to get to 6 games, it's going to be on the back of his defense. It's going to be on the back of his run game. It's going to be on the back of special teams playing excellent. And this comes
And Mark,
from, by the way,
I
That's
don't
He-
but
he's
see,
remember.
that sounds
bad.
like
I'm telling
football.
you.
I don't
That's not Mark.
remember.
That sounds like
Thank
football.
you. I'd like to finish my point. That leads to something I've been thinking about, which is doing a film review, because I think folks should watch the games. If anyone has interest in watching some of these games with me, so you can tell me I'm wrong by
You're wrong.
watching the film, or you can teach me a couple things. We've
Mark, you
got an
watched
account
last year.
over at Buckeye Holy. We've got an account over at Playback TV where we can watch something and actually talk about it while we're watching the footage together. If anyone has interest in that, please send me a message. Let me
But
know.
Mark, you watched last year. Which games did we climb on Aaron Rodgers back and win?
I help out
So
none.
The Tennessee game, I'll
Why don't
give
we
it.
still talk
You're
about
kidding. You're
Rodgers?
New
kidding with that.
England's
Will
pretty.
Levis threw that game away. You're kidding me.
Facts.
The New England game.
man,
The New England
he
game.
literally threw that game away.
Well,
Literally.
the formula that Mark just laid out got the Jets to 2 back-to-back AFC Championship games.
Yeah. I'm about to say, like, you should be. If anything, you should like that. That's a compliment to the roster and the coaching. That if
Wait.
if you're able to win 6 to 7 games like that, that's telling me that the roster in the organization is going in the right direction. Doesn't mean you
I
have to
was
keep Justin
describing
Fields
Pittsburgh,
too. You
by
can
the
just
way.
draft a quarterback.
Sure, that's what Pittsburgh did last year to support Justin Fields, and I watched the 6 games of his 4-2 start. And folks will come in and say, "Well, Justin Fields went 4-2," and then they leave out the rest of the story, which you can't tell if you don't watch the games. And then I watched the games and told people what I saw, and people jump all over the ticket, say, "But Mark, he's 4-2," and suddenly wins are a quarterback stat. Like it's hard, it's tough in here, man. I'm just saying.
And like I just said, defense, running game, special teams, back-to-back AFC Championship games the Jets went to with that formula.
And that's going to be the model with Fields. That's what they're going to have to do if they're going to have any kind of success with this guy.
I
And listen, maybe he is like a stat. What if he's good?
I think to start, but I hopefully they don't have that. Like, again, you have to throw the ball in this league to start. Yes, I think it's going to be like that. Let's see if he can run the offense. Let's see if he doesn't make, too many mistakes. And then if they trust him to open it up, you open it up, because they did mention explosive plays with this guy. But again, you can win that way. It's not sexy, and it's like, pulling teeth, but you can win that way.
Yes, Jim, I agree with that. Next year, I think the Jets are going to be in a lot of ugly games. That I do think is going to happen.
I think to
And
start, yes.
and who
I think the
and who
first
ca-
the
and
first
who
six
cares how
games,
you
yeah,
win?
it's going to be ugly. I think it's going to be, again, don't turn the ball over. Let's see what we got, and I think even.
We can watch a modern offense. How about that?
Oh, no, 100%. I'm just saying to start, yes.
A
And I
college
just said,
offense.
that watching that kind of offense is like pulling teeth. It's brutal. But again, I think from what I've heard, the offensive coordinator is innovative. He does understand you need explosive plays. We have a running quarterback now, which we haven't had in forever. He is a threat to go the distance at any spot of the field. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to be, run the ball 30, 40 times a game. But again, I think the first 6 games, it's going to be a feeling out process. But, let's see what we can do. Again,
I actually
winning.
think we're going to run the ball
wi-
30 to 40 times a game. I think
Well,
we're I think
we
we're going to be a
listen.
top 3 rushing team in the NFL this year. Actually,
And you know what? If they win games or whatever, like June just wants to see competitive football, so he'll be good with that. Doesn't matter if we win 2 games; it's going to be sunshine and rainbows in Mr. Smith's household. Uh,
Wait,
but
did you just
again,
say they're going to be a top 3 running team this year?
How
The
many how
Jets?
many games you
yes.
expect to win this season?
Holy
Yeah,
I'm glad we're
hey,
recording that.
Justin, it's pathetic. It
Hey,
doesn't
Mark.
make any sense.
Before you throw shade at a top 3 rushing team, remember, Justin Fields is the quarterback, right? So
Yeah,
before
I'm
you
well
just
aware.
so you if you want to throw shade that this team can't be a top 3 rushing yard team in the NFL, please help me why that statement is like
Yeah, I'll explain
ridiculous.
why it's cockamamie. I'll tell you why.
Please.
Because my assessment of Justin Fields, and listen, there are things he can do. All right, he's one of the best athletes when it comes to running. I understand all the stuff he can do on the field, believe me. And I watched recent footage of what he can do, but I see what helped him do that, which is if you watch Pittsburgh play, their run game was on point. The blocking scheme was there. They're creating holes.
Their offensive
People were
line
hitting their
sucks.
assignments. You have see that's that kind of blanket statement. You have to watch. You can't just look at what they were
What?
graded. You have year long. You have to look at the 6 games and see what they did. The run game was working really well for Pittsburgh in those 6 games when Justin Fields was the starter, and they were building everything off of that run game. The design runs came out of that. The play action came out of that. Some of the off schedule came out of that. Getting receivers
Mark,
open
I don't even know
came
the
out of that.
Steelers.
Everything came off the run.
I don't even know who the Steelers quarterback is going to be. I am without a doubt confident the Jets are going to outrush and outrun the Steelers this year.
All right. Well, we will see. We'll see who's right with the. And I don't know what the Steelers are going to be. I don't know who their quarterback is. They
Well,
don't.
if it's Aaron Rodgers, they're going to be damn near the bottom in terms of rushing yards.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
I think Aaron Rodgers. Here's a wild take. I think Aaron Rodgers could be successful with the Steelers because I think what happens is that they had a run game last year outside of Justin Fields. That's what people don't like, unless you watched a lot of Pittsburgh. Like they had a run game outside of Justin Fields' attitude, but they had a run game outside of him, and their kicker was one of the best in the league, and their defense was creating an incredible. Like we would be killing to have what the Steelers' defense did in the first 6 weeks. Takeaways, short fields, taking the ball away when opposing teams are on the goal line and getting the ball out to prevent points.
Taking
Like
the ball
that's what they
away.
had to do to help Justin Fields get the 4-2.
Taking the ball away. Taking the
All
ball.
right, Jake
Oh,
is here.
taking the ball away. Something this sauce don't do.
June, hold on one
I,
sec.
I,
Jake, hold on, Hole. Hey, Jake, can you hear us?
What's up, Petey?
Hey, good morning, man. Thanks for joining. Jake Asman with the Jake Asman Show, and ESPN has joined. Jake, I don't know if you've been listening a little bit, but there's this whole. I saw you came out with the Sauce video, so we're a lot of people are arguing, saying that Sauce should be the guy to move up for next year to get the assets to get your quarterback. I don't agree with it, but give me your thoughts, because I saw you said that the Jets made a mistake by not, extending Sauce earlier, which I agree with.
Well, I just think if you're eventually going to extend him, right, which feels like that's where this is headed, by waiting, they allowed Stingley's deal to get done first, and that reset the market by an extra 5 million a season. So I felt like if they were proactive, they could have beat the Texans to the punch and maybe save some money on their future salary cap. As far as trading Sauce, I wouldn't. I don't really see um, how that would make sense. First off, I don't think Tennessee is trading at a number one. I think they're going to take Cam Ward when it's all said and done. But I don't even know. Like, I like Cam Ward, but I don't even know if like he's this can't miss that I would want to trade away a 2-time All Pro corner to go up and get him. I don't know if that makes sense, because then you got to replace Sauce and your defense gets a lot weaker. So I don't really see that happening. I would extend him, but at this point, I don't know if there's now a rush to do it because Stingley got his deal, so the market kind of is what it is. Sauce's next contract is going to start at least 30 million a year.
Mark or June, go ahead. Jake, thanks for joining, man.
Yeah, Jay, great to talk to you, man. It's always great to talk to you. Draft scenario. So I like to draw a distinction between what we would love the Jets to do at 7, let's say, or even going into the second round, and what we think the team is going to do. So what's your dream scenario for what you think the Jets should do, and what do you think they're going to do in the first round of the draft?
It's a great question, Mark. I actually think what they do and should do is probably going to be the same thing. I really feel like this pick at 7 is either going to be like the best defensive lineman on the board, the best tight end, which feels like that'd be Warren, or the best offensive tackle. I'd be surprised if they went wide receiver at 7. I think Ted McMillan or Matthew Golden are first round guys. I don't know if they're top 7 picks. So I really could see the Jets once again going, hey, Mason Graham's there. Let's just take him. Let's shore up the trenches, put someone great next to Quinn Williams, or saying, look, we need a right tackle. Membu is the safest pick we can make. Let's take him. And then we have our bookend tackle set up, and they'll spin it like, whoa, the Lions took Panay Sewell, and look what they did. So there's the argument for Membu. And then I also think, look, if the longer we go in free agency here, where they don't have any legitimate weapons besides Garrett Wilson on the outside, why wouldn't you take Tyler Warren if you think he could be a dynamic pass catcher and he's an elite blocker, help you in the running game? I know Daniel Jeremiah has said it's like having an extra offensive lineman out there with the way he blocks. So the Jets struggled to run the football last year, and we know that's going to be a major focus seemingly this year with Fields and the type of offense they're going to need to run to have a chance to compete. So I could see the argument being, well, you take Warren, he helps you as a pass catcher and in the running game. So you're addressing two areas with your top 7 picks. So look, they could surprise us certainly, but I feel like it's one of those 3 positions and maybe even those 3 players that we mentioned, depending how the board breaks.
Jake, do you think that 7 is too high for a talent like Tyler Warren, or do you think that if he's there at 7, it'd be wise for the Jets to take him?
It's interesting because a year ago, I was very against taking Bowers that high because I felt like offensive line was a way bigger need, specifically at left tackle. Um, but, kind of looking at it now, I just think it's a different draft class where if you're ranking the best players, like it's hard for me to not feel like Tyler Warren is not a top 5 prospect in this draft class. So I just think every year is a little different. And right now, you don't have any legitimate tight ends on your roster, and you don't want to reach for a player just because that player plays a more premium position. Like ultimately, you got to make sure that you hit on this pick. The goal is to not be picking in the top 7 for a long while, even if I'm not the most optimistic about what this team's going to be this year. So I see both sides of the argument. I for once am okay if they went with Warren at 7. I think in my ideal scenario, though, I would probably try and trade out of 7 and then maybe take Warren if you can get some extra picks. But everyone wants to trade back. And, these mock draft simulators make it easy to do it and stockpile all these picks. And I had some fun doing it on my show earlier this week. But, it's easier said than done. Like these trades in the mock draft simulators oftentimes aren't reality. So I think at the end of the day, You can't go wrong picking a great player at 7. And if they think Warren's a great player, so be it. I get the argument against it. So if they went offensive line or they went Mason Graham, fine. I get it. I just feel like if you're Aaron Glenn, you're trying to set the tone with this pick. It's tough for me to envision a prospect like Tyler Warren that doesn't kind of feel more like an Aaron Glenn player. Just getting a chance to talk to him when I was at the combine as well. So I like him a lot.
June, do you have anything for Jake? You here?
Give me a minute. Come back. Come back to me.
All right, Jake, how stunned are you that Alan Lazard is still on the team?
You know what? I'm a little surprised, Petey, but I'll tell you what. I feel like they're maybe just waiting to see where Rodgers signs and then see if they could get maybe like a 7th round pick for Lazard. Like, there's no reason to cut him. If you look at the way his contract is structured, whether he's on the team now or he's on the team in August or September. Like, it doesn't matter from a cap standpoint. Like, they don't save any money or extra money by releasing him, say, pre June 1st. So it was basically a placeholder. I guess there is a scenario where maybe he is on the team just because, I mean, someone's got to be on the depth chart at wide receiver. But I still think ultimately he's not going to be a Jet, and they'll try and see if they can maybe get something for him from, let's say, Pittsburgh, or if it's the Giants, wherever Aaron Rodgers ends up.
Jake, what a little off the subject here. How stunned were you at the Javon Kinlaw contract?
Crazy, absolutely stunned. I did a radio hit on a DC station, and they were asking me like, "Hey, like, did you guys see this coming? Like, what did you see from Kinlaw?" And I go, "Did we see this coming?" I mean, he was as big of a part of how awful the Jet defense was this year, the regression year over year, as really anyone. He was a penalty machine. He never impacted any plays. So yeah, I'm stunned by that. I mean, even the money Reddick got is a huge amount compared to his level of production. I mean, they're probably going to get a 4th round compensatory pick next year for Hassan Reddick. So that's part of the reason why they probably haven't spent aggressively in free agency. They want to make sure they get that comp pick. So I mean, yeah, just with Kinlaw, I mean, that's crazy. I mean, he got the same deal Jamie and Sherwood got. Think about that.
Yeah, that's nuts. June, are you ready? If not, ground and punt.
Go to Buckeye or ground.
All right, does Buckeye have his hand up? I don't see it here. All right, ground, go ahead.
Jake, what's
Morning.
up, man? How are you?
What's up, guys?
You're great job on the show that you've been doing. You've been killing it, man. All day, every day, man. Got a lot of respect for.
I appreciate that, man. Jet fans
Got a lot
are
of respect
truly
for.
the greatest.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you're consistent, man. I think Garrett's the guy they definitely 100% have to get done, because especially if the Jets' goal, the next thing that they're trying to do besides establish the culture is to get the franchise quarterback. The previous mistakes that we made was just not having a receiver like a number one for them. So I think what May is when we could pick up his 5th-year option, and I think you send him after that. That's what I would do. Um, I'm concerned about Gardner with this new system. To be honest with you, I kind of feel like Colin Ulbrich coddled Gardner a lot the first 2 years, especially at the end of his second year when they kind of dodged questions constantly about like why don't you have him travel? Why don't you have him play man on the number one receiver? And they would just constantly say that's not the defense that we play. And last year they put him in more man coverage, and he was, 3rd in the league in, holding penalties. He's also probably up there in defensive pass interference. I know the Jets defense was 3rd overall in defensive pass interference. I don't know, man. I feel like this Wilkes and Glenn defenses, they're going to want more physical corners. I guess the Stevens signing. I know you're not going to like what I'm saying because I know you really want to sign Sauce, but I don't know, man. I'm concerned about what he's going to do in this defense.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's coming off a down year for his standards. The penalty thing was kind of wild because he had 11 penalties last year and he only had 5 combined his first 2 years. So I just think last year was such a bleep show that once Salah got fired and everything spiraled, like I think Sauce lost some confidence. I thought he ended the year playing like the typical Sauce Gardner. So I just believe in the talent. Like I think he can play man. I don't have it in front of me, but if you look at where he grades in man, he's still one of the top 5 corners in sticky coverage in that regard. So I have a lot of confidence in him. I do. I think Aaron Glenn, being a former DB, is going to get the best out of Sauce. So I think he'll be fine. I really do. And I think he's a leader. He's a two-time All-Pro. Like, to me, that's the guy that like you want to pay. Sends the right message to the locker room. I think he's going to be a team captain this year. Him and Garrett. So you really want to get deals done with both those guys, but I still, I look at Derek Stingley getting his deal, and Stingley, while he was awesome this past year, like you can't even really compare. Like the first 2 years, Sauce was way better. Plus, Sauce has only missed 3 games in his career compared to Stingley, who's missed a lot more than that. So I just feel like if J.C. Horn's getting 25 million, then you got to pay Sauce. So I mean, I get some of the concern. Maybe they wait a year, but then it kind of costs you even more money if he bounces back true to form, which I think he does. So that's kind of the conundrum they're in right now.
And I really want to see them re-sign Quincy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
I
they're
mean,
going
he's
to.
he's
Right? I mean, he's 29.
yeah.
He's going into the last year of his deal. Maybe they just say, hey, we're not going to give you a third contract into your career, and we paid Sherwood, and that's the path we're going. Or maybe they say, you know what do we tack on an extra year to your current deal? Will that keep you happy for this year or next year? And then we have you locked up through your age 31 season. Maybe that is what they're considering as well.
Curtis, good man.
Hey, skip over real quick. I'm about to get in the noise area. I'll be right back.
All right, thanks, Curtis. Jake, in that scenario, and then it's what Zaire Barnes, I guess, who we haven't really seen. Like, what's the linebacker core look like? Oh, were you surprised that Sherwood got locked up?
I guess I was a little surprised just because it felt like there was a lot of, Salah's in San Fran now, and Obrick is the DC of the Falcons, and they could use Sherwood. But I will say this, Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn said they want to keep their good young players Jets. So like, if you let Sherwood walk, it kind of spit in the face of that notion, right? So I'm glad they paid him. I think he's a really good player. Got a chance to interview him a few times. High character guy. Um, it sends the right message to the room too, right? Like here's a guy who was drafted late on day 3, changed positions, battled through injuries early in his career, and turned out to be voted team MVP. So I guess I was a little surprised, but I was pleasantly surprised. I'm glad they signed him. I think he's a really good player who's only 25 and getting better.
Awesome. Curtis, you back yet? You ready?
Yep, I'm ready. Hey,
All right, go
Jake,
ahead, Curtis.
long time listener, man. Big fan of your show. You one of the best to do it. You're really the standard setter in content, making the beat look horrible, man. Thanks for all you do.
Curtis,
Quick,
I appreciate it, man.
hey, no problem, man. No problem, man. You are appointment watching. You set the standard. But question for you, real quick. With wide receiver number 2, and I don't count Lazard, but I understand they're trying to go younger, and since now we're in like the bargain bin stage, you think they would take a flyer on somebody like I know they're old, but would you think they'd take a flyer on somebody like Diggs or Keenan Allen?
I mean, I would. I mean, look, I understand it didn't work last year with Mike Williams, but like you got to have someone. I mean, like I don't know if anyone thought Adam Thielen would be this good when he went to the Panthers. He was an older player when he signed there. I mean, 1 year deals like it's very tough to do a bad 1 year deal, all things considered. But I mean, it's pathetic if you go on like the Jets depth chart right now at wide receiver and you see Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard, Xavier Gibson listed as the top 3, and then behind them it's Herb Charles, it's Tyler Johnson, and Malachi Corley. Like they got to add someone to that room. I mean, I understand you might have some concerns with the age of some of these veteran receivers, but I mean, someone's got to be able to catch passes. You can't just rely on the draft to fill all your needs there. So 100%. It depends on price, Curtis, but I think they definitely got to add someone.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Danny, go ahead, brother.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. What up, Jake? How you feeling, brother?
What's up, man?
Yeah, man. So I've been pretty outspoken on this app recently. I feel like I'm more negative, but you understand, like we're probably not going to be great this year. When I look at and when you were just mentioning it, when you look at this depth chart of pass catchers, if you want to add the tight end position, it's pretty pathetic, right? Like I think you got Garrett Wilson and a bunch of what I've been saying, a bunch of janitors, right? A bunch of fringe people that shouldn't really be on the field all that often. And as it currently stands, they're going to be on the field a lot. And that's why I'm really, really pro weapon at 7. I guess you look at most teams, bro. Like you're able to find and develop offensive linemen based off traits on day two, day three, and that's what really good teams do. And I listen. I know Muji isn't responsible for how Joe Douglas allocated his resources. But when you look at it, just over the last few years, have allocated so much to the offensive line, and our offensive line isn't bad. Is it top five? Is it the Eagles? Is it the Lions? No, it's not. But it's still solid. Where I feel like we're at the point now where find a guy that has the traits, develop him for the cheap, and it doesn't have to be a first round pick. Good teams do it all the time. And I just don't think it's realistic. You're gonna have I feel like a lot of Jet fans are gonna obsess over it until we have five all pros. You got to find offensive lineman first round. It's just so important. Offensive line. But that's just not realistic. You got to find out to build a roster. And when there's no tight end and there's no wide receivers, you can have a great offensive line. Teams are going to stack the box, and you're going to become very predictable because you have no pass catchers, and you're going to score 10 points a game, and it's going to be pathetic next year. I don't know. Go out there and get Tyler Warren. Go out there and get Ted McMillan. Find a way. Do whatever. Do something to score points because that's what the NFL is about. And I know Jet fans are allergic to scoring, think the Jets are allergic to scoring points, but that's what the NFL is now. You got to have weapons to score. I don't know, bro. That's just my thoughts.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And the way I look at it too, it's like, I mean, you've invested a ton into your offensive line. You look at it, you came into the offseason, even with losing Morgan Moses, four of your five guys are back. So, like you don't need five great O linemen to be successful. First off, your quarterback this year is way more mobile than any quarterback that Jets have had in a long time, especially going from, Rodgers, who, to his credit, definitely when he got healthy at the end of last year, was able to keep some plays alive. But Fields is a different beast. I mean, this is a guy who's run for 1,100 yards in a season. So, that alone should help you. And, then you consider the fact you already have a really good left tackle, a good left guard, a good center, a good right guard. Like, shouldn't you be able to get away with maybe like a quote unquote weaker link at right tackle? Maybe you draft someone on day two that is in the pipeline that develops. Like, I don't know. Can you coach around one, subpar offensive lineman? I think you could. I mean, as long as that guy's not Wayne Hunter out there at right tackle, like I think they should be okay. So I'm with you. Like they need weapons. I mean, it's going to be tough for this team to really do anything in the passing game if a number one corner's shadowing Garrett the whole time, and or they're double teaming him and saying, "Hey, someone else beat us," and they can't. So I'm with you. Like every other team seemingly could find good offensive linemen on the second or third day of the draft. Like the Ravens last year, they trade Morgan Moses, they let Simpson walk, and obviously both those guys played well for the Jets last year, and the Ravens didn't skip a beat. And I get it; they have Lamar Jackson, but they also have really good coaching, good play callers, good weapons, like good tight end play. Like that to me is where the Jets have to get to, where your O line for the most part is set. You're set at left tackle. You have a good center. You got two good guards. Find a way to scheme around maybe a below average right tackle if it means you can get a game changing weapon with the seventh pick in the draft.
Jake, are you
Jake,
going
oh,
live
go ahead,
this
Pete.
morning?
I am.
Sorry.
Yep. I'll be going live right after I get off with you guys.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
I think a week ago, Pete got ripped for suggesting that the Jets put Newman in the middle and kick Titman and AVT out. And then we see uh, Myers get signed, right? And now it's like, okay, well, wait a second. Are they like, do they need to get Membu at 7? And are they gonna like put Myers in the middle and kick Titman and AVT out? What's your sense of the line and what should they do?
So the more I think about it, guys, the more I'm certainly open to playing AVT at right tackle, just because like if it's about the best five out there, couldn't you argue if you put AVT at right tackle and then you put Myers at guard and or Tippin at guard and Myers plays center. Like that's your best five, and then you don't feel like you need to necessarily take a tackle at number seven, and you could take a really good player there. Plus, like AVT, I think could play right tackle. Like we've seen him do it, we've seen him do it well, and I don't subscribe to the thought. Well, he's been hurt when he's played tackles, and that's why he's gotten hurt. Like I just think that is. Unfair to look at it from that perspective. Like he had kind of two fluky injuries that could have happened at any position. So I don't think like he ruptured his Achilles, for example, because you happen to be playing, right tackle in Denver during that game 2 years ago. So, I'm open to it. I don't know if they'll do it, but it's an idea to basically maybe allow you to put your best five on the field and then go into the draft not feeling like you need to take a tackle at 7 because, well, you have a gaping hole at right tackle. And it's probably easier to find a guard, say, on day 2 or day 3 that could be plug and play than it would be a tackle anyway. So I would understand that approach if that's the path they went down. But I think maybe so much of that is contingent on, what happens in the draft. Maybe they love Armin Membu and they'll say, hey, we're only gonna move AVT to right tackle if Membu's not there and we can't get him. Like those conversations we don't know. So until we kind of see the draft, I think it's maybe tough to project where AVT's playing. But if I had to guess, I still think he's the guard this year, but who knows?
All right,
All right.
Jared, go ahead, man.
Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to just kind of ask, just wanted to ask real quick about pretty much the philosophy of Aaron Glenn, knowing kind of his background and knowing the coaches and coordinators that he's drafted, more preferably on the offensive line, or more sorry, I'm sorry, on the offensive side of the ball. Um, I think I think the trenches are going to be exactly where he builds through this draft. Again, not necessarily the fact that you don't have to draft a first round pick like a lot of you guys were just saying. But building the trenches, I think, is like has to be the building block for the team, especially on the defensive line. Knowing that Aaron Glenn's defensive scheme, where they played the most cover one and covers, they played the most cover one in the National Football League. Big reason why Aaron Glenn was able to become a lot more successful with Detroit last season was because of what they were able to do. Getting I forgot the not beat the Bears defensive tackle DJ Reader to pair up with McNeil pretty much opened up the entire defensive line scheme, including their linebackers, because they were able to kind of stack and shed. And then you look at the back end of their secondary, how useful they were able to have with Brian Branch, and then of course getting Carlton Davis, who's one of the best man covers in the league. So knowing the kind of the philosophy that the Lions kind of ran, what Aaron Glenn and Steve Wilkes are kind of known for, even when he was back in San Francisco, do you feel like the trenches are going to be addressed first before those skill position players? And do you feel like a very similar scheme, maybe not the exact scheme, but a very, very similar defense philosophy in terms of playing a lot of man coverage can be put for the Jets this year?
It certainly feels that's the path they're going, right? You look at Wilkes and Glenn and the amount of man they play, and they're going to blitz a lot more too. I mean that feels like a lock. I definitely that's why I think to your point on the defensive tackles, it wouldn't shock me if Mason Graham's there if they just took him. But I also know it's a really good defensive tackle class. So maybe if they don't do it at 7, maybe there's someone they're eyeing with that 42nd pick, or even maybe there's a plug and play guy they like at pick 73 now, which is significantly higher than what we thought post Devontae trade when we learned that it's not in the 90s, it's in the low 70s. So, yeah, to your point, I definitely could see a lot of that. And we've seen it with some of the moves they made in free agency. They've added a lot of depth to that D line, but I don't know if any of those guys are like game changers. Like, I'd be surprised. So, I think it's still something they're definitely looking at.
Jake, let me ask you about Justin Fields. So when I learned that Justin Fields was 0-22 in games where his defense lets up more than 20 points, it gave me some pause. And seeing Fields come in with Tanner Engstrand, the first-year play caller, where in clips I've seen Engstrand talk, he sounds like a West Coast guy to me, and now it looks like he's going to be grafting some college concepts, some RPOs and zone reads and design run. Like he's going to be grafting that to his playbook. What are your expectations out of Justin Fields this year, and do you think they can make it work with him?
Do I think they can make it work with him? Yes. My expectations are, until proven otherwise, he's a game manager that can run really well. Like I don't have a whole lot of faith in him being the long term answer for this team. Do I think in a best case scenario, can they find a way to have a competent offense led by a great rushing attack and a really well coached scheme and be competitive? I do. I don't know. I'll say this: like I wanted them to bring back Rodgers for a year, but once they moved off of Rodgers, the one guy that I said, all right, at least I understand the plan would be Fields because at least there's a chance he could be a really good quarterback. There's still upside there. Like I don't know if anyone saw Baker Mayfield turning into a top 10 quarterback or Sam Darnold doing what he's done now this past season. So I guess you never know. There is talent there. I just I would say it's probably like a 20 to 25% chance he's actually like the long term answer, but I think they could be a functional offense. I think so much of it though is contingent on Tanner Angstrom. This guy's a first-time play caller, and that's part of my issue with what the Jets have done. I wanted the experienced people. They hired a first-time GM, first-time coach, and you love Aaron Glenn. You want him to do great. He's a Jet, and he wants the job. He's crazy enough to want this job, but it's a lot of first-timers. So there's just a giant unknown. Like, it's tough to have a lot of confidence in a coaching staff you've never seen coach before.
Yeah, Jake, I was at 30% with the Fields thing. Benny, real quick, and then I know Jake's got to get out of here. Oh, June, go
I got
ahead.
my one out
Go
after.
ahead, June.
No. I'll go after Benny. I'll
All
go
right,
after Benny. I'll go after
Benny, go
Benny.
ahead.
Yeah, nah, I just wanted to kind of get your quick thoughts on this, bro. Listen, I understand, like, trench is obviously very, very important. When I look at this, bro, and just kind of further our point we were just talking about, I think we have more holes on our defensive line even than our offensive line. Like, I'm not a big Mason Graham fan, but I would like understand going defensive line more than offensive line at this point too. But I don't know. I feel like a lot of Jet fans are just so hyper focused on solidifying that offensive line, and you can't go wrong with it. But listen, like, you look at our defense, that defensive line is outside of Quinnen, and I think Quinnen's even slightly overrated personally. But I don't know. We need another edge rusher because you can't get, like, you don't know what you're getting at JJ this year, unfortunately. And Will McDonald being light in the ass, like, I think he's always gonna be a liability in the run. So I don't know. I think our defensive line has holes in it too. I rather go that way.
They could. Yeah, I don't think it's a crazy take at all. Um, their strategy might simply be, hey, BPA. Number 7, oh, Mason Graham's there, great, we're taking him. Or, oh, Membu's there, great. Like, we're taking a trench player. It sets the tone. Like, with a new regime, it almost feels like, hey, you got to get that first pick right. It sets the tone. Like, Joe Douglas, he made a lot of good moves, some solid draft picks, but he never really got out from under missing on Mekhi Becton, his first ever draft pick. They were chasing their tail, trying to find their answer there for a while, and it led to, poor signings to try and mask that deficiency. And, you even had to take Olu because, well, you couldn't trust Tyron Smith to stay healthy, which turned out to be the right move. But the reason why you needed Tyron Smith is because Mekhi Becton was never your franchise left tackle, like he was drafted to be with the 11th overall pick. So it wouldn't surprise me if, like, a first-time GM is like, you know what? What's the safest pick that we know we're taking a damn good player? And they might feel like that's a D lineman like Mason Graham or offensive tackle like Armin Membu.
June, you got it.
Yeah. Thanks, Jake. Appreciate you here, brother. Always a
Hey, no
pleasure.
problem, guys.
Quick question. What are your thoughts on philosophies of organizations? Are you one who pays just because the market says that, or you pay due to production? Just a question.
Well, I think it's both, right? I mean, you don't want to be like the Cowboys where you just wait, and it just costs you so much money that it messes up your cap, and then you have less money to essentially spend to put into your team. I also don't think you blindly just pay someone because, like, that's the price. But when it comes to the Jets, I just look at it like you have Sauce, you have Garrett. To me, they have both produced, been good leaders on and off the field. Like, those are the guys I think you pay. And I know Sauce was not great this past year, but I think we overblow just what his year actually was. Like, it was a total bleep show everywhere. I'm willing to bet more on he's the player we saw his first 2 years than this past year. And I think, he's the kind of guy that gets humbled by a year like that and goes out there and he will produce. So if they didn't extend him, maybe it's because he's like, I'll just wait, dominate another year, and it's going to cost even more. So I think there's a lot to it with him. Garrett's a tricky one though, June, because he's been productive, but he
Hmm.
would tell you he's not as productive as he should be because of the quarterbacks he's had to deal with. The Tim Boyle, Zach Wilson, Joe Flacco, Mike White, Tyrod. Like, he's had 8 or 9 different guys throwing him balls the last 3 years, and he still has been a really productive Jet. So he's a complicated contract because he might feel like he's a top 10 receiver, but he doesn't have the top 10 receiver stats necessarily. So that to
Hmm.
me is a fascinating one.
Now, let me ask you this. I'm sorry. If hypothetically speaking, say for instance, because it seems like consensus say that Cam Ward is the number one guy. Like there's no doubt about him. Say for instance, draft night, you get a phone call from Tennessee, and they saying that we'll give you the number one pick if you're willing to trade Sauce. Would you do it?
It's a straight up trade.
It's Sauce, and you of course you gotta You got to fork over your seventh. So you basically swapping first and sauce. Would you take it?
It's a great question. I guess I don't think I personally would do it, but if the Jets did it, I would understand because they're telling you, hey, we believe Cam Ward's a franchise quarterback. You know, like that's how you got to look at it. Like he's a franchise quarterback. We think we're getting our guy. Like the justification for the Panthers when they traded DJ Moore to move up to number one to take Bryce Young was they thought they were getting their guy. But like that's the danger of that. Like Bryce Young's been okay. I don't think we know what he is just yet, but it's like you got to be sure that you're getting your guy. And if you're wrong, well, you just created a huge hole at corner, and you just traded away a top 7 pick that could have gone to a player who could have helped you right away. So I don't think the Jets would make that deal, but if they do, they're telling you, hey, Cam Ward's a franchise guy. We need him right now.
Thanks.
All right, Jake, I know you got to run quick rapid fire. It'll be 30 seconds. Jermaine Johnson, 50-year option. Do you pick it up?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is Sauce and Garrett Wilson long-term Jets?
I think they both.
Answering right now.
Yes, I think they both get extensions. I only think one of them gets done though before the season.
And last one, Jake. Over under 4 times you get attacked because you have jet takes that people don't agree with.
Attacked online or in person?
Online.
Online.
You said the over under is 4.
Yeah, per day.
Oh,
Day.
way more. Have you ever read my mentions? I mean, people are nuts.
Sorry for the humor, Jake.
4.
Jake,
I was like 4, man. You ever
yeah.
read the comment section of one of my YouTube videos? My God.
Jake, man, I really appreciate you always giving us time. You always been gracious. Shout out to you, and we'll have you back on here, soon, hopefully. All right. Appreciate you,
Hey,
man.
Jake, before you leave, I got a prediction for you draft night. AVT gets traded.
Interesting.
Not happening.
What are they getting for him?
Don't know yet, but that's my prediction. That's my surprise of the draft. I think AVT gets traded.
All right, let's thank Jake first time. Jake, thank you for being in here, man. Really appreciate you.
My pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me. Love the show, and always fun joining you.
Yeah, Jake, we banter a lot like you do on your show here. So there's a lot of back and forth. So
I love
take
it,
care,
man.
We'll see
Go
you on
Jets.
YouTube.
Maybe one day we
Bye-bye.
won't stink.
Real quick, man. Mark Torres, I see you post something in here from Lager Dozaball. Please, bro, I respect you too much. Don't call him no more, man. Don't call him no more. All right, that
I
brother,
like what
that
he
brother.
said. All
Yeah,
right.
listen, man. He's wrong. He's wrong often. Like he's probably got like a 37% hit rate. It's like shoot, like him getting the right
Is it
take
worse than
is like
June?
hitting a three.
No worse than you.
Is he worse
Worse
than
than you.
Jew? I
Yo, Whittle
mean,
Whittle had to made some noises there. Pause.
yeah, I'm just saying
Whoa.
it's close. Like they both about 35% shooters from the three with a hand in their face, like that. Like it's like that. You know what I'm saying? It's not a wide open corner three. It's like a step back with a hand in their face. Is yeah. Like I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yo, I fucking hate you,
Yeah,
yo.
I had to chase your boy Lager to Christianity, man. I had to get on his neck
Whittle, to
about some
clarify,
of his takes last off season. He became a man of God on me. So I respect that. I respect that,
Whittle,
but yes.
his name is Leger. All right, just to clarify,
Yeah, Legger
and
knows the
hopefully
ball.
we'll have him on one. You
Bring
should
him
have
on.
him
Yeah,
on your
bring him on.
podcast, bro.
I invited him, and he
Have him on your
ignored.
show.
No, we had a little back and forth in the off season, and I said to him, I said, okay, if you're wrong, I'm gonna revisit this. Man, I revisited. When the Bills won the division, we smacked up the teams he said they was gonna beat us. I went back, and the man started quoting scripture. So I said, all right, man, all right.
All right. Well,
I can't go after a holy man. Can't do it.
after 3 years of Spaces, I know you've been perfect on all your takes. So Whittle, much respect
I
to
have
you.
not been perfect. I have not been perfect. My hit rate is pretty good though. It is pretty solid. I haven't
As you
been
could
wrong.
see,
I
that
haven't
was a
been wrong a whole lot.
very sarcastic statement.
I'm not finding anybody on Jets Twitter working in front offices. I'm just saying at this point, but it's fun combo, that's for sure. And listen, Legit's getting paid for his opinion, so it's hard to fight
Yeah,
with
no,
that.
no, I'm messing with y'all. Like he's a good dude. He definitely is. I talked to some people that know him, and they vouch for him as like being a stand up dude. He's a Bills hater for sure, but yeah, like he's a good dude, man. I got a bunch of respect for him. He put out some bad stuff, bad takes. They was wrong. He came out and he admitted it. He was like, "Oh, hey, look, I was wrong." So I respect him. I respect Acho. They both owned it. They was wrong. They owned it. So yeah.
Hey, Whittle, question: do you respect Mark Torres for saying you got a legion of twos?
Yeah, I respect Mark Torres for saying I have a Legion of Twos because I mean, let's be honest. I don't think Mark was wrong. I just don't think that the effect of having a Legion of Twos really hurt the offense. I think it actually helped spread the ball around. I think it was a little easier for Josh to kind of make the right decisions. He just threw to the guys that were open. So
Yo,
I don't think Mark was wrong. I think you guys were well. I mean, obviously you guys were wrong about how the division and how the Bills are going to look, but you know, but
Yeah,
Mark
June
wasn't
sped right
yo,
completely
past
wrong.
that.
yo, Whittle. As Karma, we don't have a legion of twos. We have a legion of
Janitors.
McDonald's
Legion
workers
of Who's.
out there right now. So
No. Like real talk, man. Y'all
Garrett
probably
Wilson's
be
better than all their receivers.
oh
if you
yeah,
take if you get this is a solid draft for y'all to get a receiver. I don't think you should take a receiver in the first 2 rounds. But if you get one in the third or trade back like late third, early fourth, and you get a guy like a Horton or a Bryant or something like that, or even a Kyle Williams. Like I think that's perfect to pair with a bona fide number one, and then you guys got running backs. Tight end, the tight end draft is solid. I think you can get a decent tight end in this draft that can that can play in line, and then I mean I think you're fine. Like your line's not that bad. Just I think the Jets okay. It's just the quarterback position. Like that's really what it is for y'all. It's just a quarterback and then some spots on the defense on the defense. But outside of that, I think y'all got a solid roster. That's me just being, legit. I still think we gonna put, cowhide leather to y'all ass twice this year. But outside of that, man, I mean, I don't think y'all are that far away.
June, have you? This is another fan outside the fan base thinking this roster is better than what you're putting forward is what they have on paper here. What are your thoughts, June?
Well, again, I didn't say. I never said that the roster wasn't solid. I didn't say that.
yo,
All I
Mark.
said.
I said that. I said that. I don't know
Thank
if
you. Yo, Benny. I tell you, that man will sit there and put words in my pause. That man will sit there and put words in my mouth every day. I didn't say that. What I said was, if you have to trade someone to go get your franchise quarterback, that's what you do. And I still
I,
stand by that every day,
now let me
7 days a week.
say this. I don't think June and the people that believe that are following June on this are completely wrong when they say trade Brees or trade Sauce. I don't think they're completely wrong. I wouldn't trade Garrett. I would not trade Garrett because I think it's difficult to find a 3 level route winner with reliable hands, and I think Garrett Wilson is that. I mean, he plays through contact. He does all of that, but like if there was ever
Alhamdulillah.
a draft, if there was ever a draft to trade Sauce, is this one. Because I think you can double dip at corner in the first like 4 rounds and find 2 guys that are starter quality, and then you have a coach that I mean, he played corner. Like he's gonna get the most. He should get the most out of whoever you draft. So I think if there was ever a draft to move on from Sauce, it's this one.
Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
I don't.
I'm the one who thinks this roster sucks.
I,
And
I,
I'm open about that. I don't give a fuck. This team sucks.
Bro, your
I don't think that.
linebackers are good. You got a really good pair of linebackers. I would say your linebacker group is like top 10, not number 10. I think very highly of Sherwood and of Quincy Williams. We know how good Quinton can be. I think you just need somebody maybe to pair next to Quinton that's going to take some of the physical power, some of the physical responsibilities of two gapping. Take that away. I like the young guys that you picked up as undrafted guys. Like I think Braden McGregor will be a solid rotational defensive end if you play him as that. I think Leonard Taylor can play. I'm surprised he didn't get drafted, and I think
Me
Eric
too.
Watts. I think Eric Watts is a nice, uh, versatile, 5 tech/3 tech, 4 tech guy. Like you can move him up and down all of the defensive line. And I think physically and athletically he should be able to perform. So there's only a couple. I mean, you got the Jermaine Johnson coming back, and you have the what's that kid that y'all took the
Will
pass
McDonald.
rusher, Will McDonald. Yeah. So I mean, get a safety. Um, if you do move on from Sauce, I think you can get a haul for him, especially from a team like maybe like Baltimore who needs a number one corner. They may not be able to afford him, but there are teams that can afford a number one corner. They can afford $30 million, and they can give you draft capital next year for him. Like if you tell teams like I don't need a ton of picks this year, but give me 2 picks in the top 100 next year, and then give me a pick in the top 100 this year, and you can have Sauce. That's a haul, I think, and then that puts you in prime position to still be competitive this year and see what you have, and then next year be in prime position where maybe you finish in the middle of the first round, and then you have the draft capital to say, I have two first, I have a second and 2/3, and they're fairly high. I'm going to move up, and you can move up and go get your quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now listen, Widow, I'm not going to say we don't got some pieces, 'cause we do. This roster isn't totally bare of talent, but when I look at this shit top down, bro, question marks all over the place. Obviously, coaching is the biggest thing. Like, if we have good coaching, they're gonna get the most out of these mid-ass whack players. But I don't have necessarily like, confidence in that. When I look at just the overall build of this roster, we don't have depth in a lot of key positions. We're holes in a lot of key positions. Like, I think this team is bound to suck next year, and that's kind of okay. But like, because my expectations are low compared to like where it's been. But it's all right. You suck next year, you get a quarterback, and you see how quickly things could change. So like, I'm not mad at it, bro. Like, it is what it is. Like, we have no other pass catchers. We have Garrett Wilson and nobody. Like, Jeremy Ruckert is my tight end one right now. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Jetstream, what up?
What's up, guys? Good morning.
Good morning. Kurt.
What's going on? What's that?
No, I was just saying Kurt had his hand up. Curtis.
Oh no, you can let him go ahead. I'll wait.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think Lawrence had his hand up.
Oh shit, we got Lawrence. Lawrence had his hand up.
Yeah, I think he had his hand up
Come on,
before me.
come on, L. What you got, L? Lawrence.
He's on mute.
Lawrence.
I'm working, my bad. I'll get back to y'all.
Yo, what the hell was that?
He's at work.
Yeah. All right, guys. I got to close. So I appreciate all yous coming on. Thanks, June, as always. Mark. I know Mark just left. Jake Asman, who joined. Speakers, Whittle. All you Jeff fans that are up here. Jetstream, did you have something to say? Because you did not talk yet. You could talk real quick. I'll stay open for you, and then I got to close. What up, Coach W, J Mick, Rick Rock?
To hell with you, Coach W. What's up? What's up, Jetstream? Jetstream.
Oh, my mic was turned off. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, thanks. I was listening, in the beginning of the show, somebody mentioned about the draft picks, so I wanted to get into that a little bit. And Jake actually said a lot of things that me and him were on the same page on some of the stuff, for sure. I'll preface this by saying if we take a Mason Graham, Ted McMillan, or Tyler Warren at number 7, I'm not going to completely lose my mind because they're all good players. But I think a lot of people, especially the ones that are skeptical of a first round trade down, are not fully understanding the value of first round picks. This is not the NBA where they just go left and right. NFL first round picks are worth their weight in gold. Having the 7th pick is incredibly valuable. As recent as last year, the Jets were picking 10th overall.
Yep.
They dropped down one spot with the Vikings at 11 and picked up picks 129 and 157 just for one spot. And they still got their guy in Olu Fashanu. So, for argument's sake, unless Abdul Carter somehow drops to 7, the Jets can drop down from 7 to 13 and probably get a 2nd and a 4th. Maybe trade back again 13 to 20 and get another 2nd and 4th or something comparable. At that point in the 20s, you could still get a stud, preferably run stuff in DT between, you're going to have Kenneth Grant, Derek Harmon, Walter Nolan, Darius Alexander, Tyreek Williams. One of them is definitely going to be there. And if they decide to go with another position, you could still get a guy like Alfred Collins or Omar Norman Lott from Tennessee in the 2nd. That's a necessity because guys like Derek Nottie, Jay Tufeli, and Byron Cowart are not difference makers. So overall, I prefer trading back multiple times because no matter how you slice it, we're in some form of a rebuild.
But what are the Dolphins trading up for? So the Dolphins are at 13. What are they trading up to 7 to get?
I was just throwing out a number like in that range. It doesn't have to be 13.
But I'm just asking. I agree with you. But what is the player? Usually it's a quarterback. I know last year it was the tight end, and it was one spot to get the tight end. But what's the player at 7 you think that teams are going to relish to give up collateral for?
Well, last year was for McCarthy with the Vikings. If that's what you're talking about, from 11 to 10, they were trying to jump to get the jump. I guess was it the Saints maybe to make sure they got McCarthy. Any team, because all these boards, every GM's boards is different. So what one team wants and values might be completely different from another. So it's really whoever they peg as a necessity for their team. I mean, what one GM will jump for, maybe another wouldn't, but all you need is one. So I'm just talking about in that range. It could be 13, 14, 12, either one. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying it's going to be available. Someone's going to be on that board. Someone's going to drop, and some team's going to say, "Shit, we could jump on this right now and get our guy." We just don't know who that is yet. It happens every year.
I think it has to be a Milrow or a Dart that makes that happen because I don't know unless, like you said, and if Abdul Carter drops, then we shouldn't be trading out of that pick anyway.
Yeah. Even me, who's a proponent of trading down multiple times, if Abdul Carter's there, I'm turning that card in ASAP.
Yeah.
ASAP. Were you saying something?
Well, you have to. If Abdul Carter, I don't see him dropping a 7, but if he does, you got to run up there and get it.
Yeah, 100%.
By the way,
He's
real quick, Jetstream, because I got to close. I see my buddy Louis Zolo in here. What up, Louis? Let's go Mets. A week from today, not even, baseball starts next Thursday. It started with the Dodgers, but at least there'll be something to do, with NBA and now MLB on. So
yeah.
Go ahead, Jetstream. My bad.
Oh no, it's okay. Well, I was just gonna say, so no matter how you slice it, we're definitely in some form of a rebuild. So if it's not Carter, there's no one player available at 7 that will transform the franchise. And when you're rebuilding, the best way forward is through the draft. Picking up multiple seconds and thirds, that's the best way and the quickest path to take. So with all of our holes we need to fill, no Diddy. I just don't think the Jets are in a position to stick and pick at 7.
If you could redo it now, would you sitting in our position, instead of trading down and getting Olu, would you have taken Bo Nix or JJ McCarthy?
No way.
No way.
No way.
Petey?
Yeah, you have to consider it, but
you said last year, right?
Last year, yeah, but then you don't have the offensive tackle. I don't know what their plan was. It was just all in, man.
Right, which is again not.
It was
by all means.
What Douglas did a bad job. That's why he got fired.
Yeah, I think the owner definitely wanted to go all in on that too. I think this was when you brought in Aaron Rodgers, it was an all in. I just wondered, and again, Judge, I agree with everything he said, but now knowing what you know, JJ McCarthy and Bo Nix, would you have traded out of the spot? Because we could add both those guys.
Well, no, Bo Nix. Everyone thought that was kind of a reach for the Broncos to take. We haven't even seen JJ McCarthy take an NFL snap, so we don't even know what he is yet.
But you know, the
But
coach that I think everyone loves, he watched a terrific year from Sam, was like, sayonara, I'm sticking with this.
what do you mean for JJ? Well, Sam, the last two games, Sam Darnold destroyed his stock. When they were fighting for the division in week 17 or week 18 against the Lions, his stock dropped tremendously. And then the first round in the playoffs, when they got bounced, he was terrible again. So they were finally seeing what the Jets had. Pressure situations. You're not going to give that guy $40 million a year if you can't beat the best teams. So he got exposed a bit.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, another thing about.
Yeah, brother, I gotta close, man. I'm
Oh, okay.
sorry. I'd love to talk, but I'm on overtime. It's usually till 10. Sometimes we go over, but we'll be back on Monday.
All right,
All
everyone.
right.
Have a good day.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming back, man. Glad.
Yeah, no
Hope
problem. I
you're
enjoyed it.
enjoying, man.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, thanks. And all right, guys. Curtis, Whittle, Buckeye, Jarek, thank you. Lawrence, listeners,
See you,
have a
Pete.
great day. Go Jets, and good weekend.
Yeah.
Enjoy March Madness.
Tear it down.